Hello and good morning. I am alternate juror, and thank you for joining me on this Friday. Gabrielle, it is good to see you. Enjoy that 50-degree weather because I know that's like super warm for you guys this time of year. Uh, we got up to like 66 Monday, or Wednesday, but I was sitting here and not enjoying that weather. I was with you guys having a good time. I just kept hearing how nice it was outside. I was like, oh, yeah. I liked it. That's what I just told everybody. Good morning, Stormy. I hope you are enjoying your Florida weather. And I hope you guys all had a good week. I had a good week. I was just a little busy yesterday. So I know you guys have seen it, and I'm sorry I missed it, but I uploaded just the verdict from yesterday. It's like a very short video. I may do the prosecutor one later. I don't know. We'll see. All right. So I've got the Chad Doerman hearing that we were doing the other day. I've got that backed up just a little bit. I figured we'd finish that today. I have the body cam footage, though, too, that I thought we would watch that first, just to maybe give us a little bit more context. I only have what happened at the house. So, yes. I thought about you. Yes. Stormy. I don't know if you can manage 68. Oh, you lucky, lucky dog. So I saw there was like some jailhouse footage, but I haven't watched it yet. I haven't had a chance because I was really trying to find this to find the video that I think they're talking about in this hearing, which I assume is just the one outside of his house pulling up, and when they take him into custody, and I think it stops when they're going to put him in the police car. And I didn't see one where he was in the police car, so I don't know if that one exists or not. Carmen was trying to help me look, but she needed to get to bed because she just got off work, and there we were. So I can play that first if you want me to. I've got it. It's him driving a lot of it, so I can fast forward to where he gets there. I'm not sure. I know there's some radio transmission going on in the video. It's like 11 minutes long, so we can do both. And then that's all I have for today. I need to check the court docket. It hadn't updated when I last checked it this morning for Monday. And to see what time Paul Ferguson's sentencing is. So they are doing maintenance. I think I told you that, guys, this on my fiber. And whenever they do that, things get super slow when they're not even supposed to be working on it. So I'm hoping that everything does not get choppy. It stays good. And we are, okay. Oh, Stormy, because you reminded me with that comment. That the cult leader trial that started in Georgia yesterday, I don't know what's going on with it. They were supposed to do opening statements. Then I thought he took a plea. They offered him a plea. Well, then he didn't take the plea. And then but the channel that was doing it didn't air it, didn't go back to air opening statements. And then, like I got something on my lip. Maybe that's just me. I saw somebody else was doing it. And they said it was on Discord. I don't have Discord. I was like, Stormy can probably hook me up with that. But then they cut that off too, because the juror's reflection was apparently in the plexiglass that they feel like they still need up. So I'm not doing it. Hey, Hamilton, how's it going? Hope you're enjoying your Florida weather as well. All right, let's get the body cam. Now, if you're listening with these, in your ear, take them out. I've got it past the first beep, I think. But you will want to take them out of your ears because those beeps are loud. I don't know where it was, but we can't even get a full day of it, Stormy. So I thought if they had done the full day, then I would talk to you about it, but they didn't. And they just cut it off. So because of the jurors, it's a mess. And I don't think I want to even get involved in it. So and it's kind of about touchy stuff that it would be really hard to talk about on here. It's about false imprisonment. It's about, lack of a better word, everybody calls it grape. And those types of things would be really hard to discuss too. So I'm thinking maybe just all signs are pointing to not that one, not that trial. So if something happens later, maybe, but I don't think so. I think we'll pass on that one. Alrighty. So this is them drive. That's loud. Holy cow. That about burst my eardrums. Is that loud for you guys? Oh my gosh. If it's not, I will gladly turn it back up and just take these things out of my ears. I think my ears are bleeding. Okay. Let me know. Was that super loud? Because, sorry, I had to stop it. Yeah. Well, as long as you can hear it. All right. I'll turn her back up. Here we go again. I'm taking these out.
Negative. Sounds like we're getting another call from somewhere in the area. Right. Go ahead. Getting a call now from Misty advising that her grandfather told her that a female said that her grandfather was killing everyone in the house and that the female went to the fire station. Right. Go ahead. There's a male actively shooting at the firehouse. Base is on 99. Come reverting the rest. Robert 63, how many houses down from the firehouse is this? You're clear. Supervisors aware of this. Yes, sir, you copy.
5-6 out. Strong Liddell, Nicholsville.
So the fire station is advised to get inside. Just so everyone's aware, somewhere in the mix there's a 16-year-old female that ran from the original house and was going to the firehouse for help. Not sure where she's at now.
63, you're clear. Do we have a description on the male shooting?
Negative. This was called out that the shooting was occurred by the fire station. They all are back inside of the firehouse. Traffic, your digital. Video is still digital, but the fire department is who told us that shots were fired.
You guys are cracking me up.
Male shooting the male light green shirt, blue jeans on the front porch of 1965 Laurel.
Talk around 1.
63, 72, do you have traffic?
Negative.
Three children have been shot, not breathing.
Cannot imagine. So we just want to get out and go, oops, my papa went to and one gun.
Additional call sounds like the shooter is the father of the children.
Good for him.
Assist units en route, 1965 Laurel. It sounds like the male's still on the porch. There are multiple children in the yard, non-breathers.
29, you're clear. Mile and a half out.
I'm putting aircraft standby.
63, information rise, cell for 29, it's past the Holly School.
I can't
Good
copy.
morning, Rustin.
We're getting ready to be 37 here, so you just give us 99.
Let's just do it now. Hey, son, close the back channel. Top 1.
Don't blame him.
I'm over there. Too clear.
Right, ever.
The female that went to the firehouse is advising them that the male shot the entire family.
2137.
You're clear.
Where's he at?
He's shooter's on the porch.
Get him right here. Right here. You got him on the porch.
We've asked. That's the last place we've been told.
You
It's
show me
just
your
not-
hands now! Stand up and walk towards us! Stand up now! Walk towards us! Stand up with your hands up!
We got a visual in the mail. Not showing his hands, not following commands.
Stand up now!
I'm not showing hands or following commands. His name is Chad Doerman. Chad Doerman.
I know, but we can't.
If people need first aid and he's not complying, and you know he's a shooter, shoot him.
We gotta find cover first. We ain't no good if we ain't safe ourselves. Hey, no. We need to come from this side where we can see them. Don't take cover behind her.
You've got the voice of reason there, and then
We
the
see
guy
him.
that wants to get there. I'm glad
We're
they're
going to
both
approach
there.
from this side. We got cover. Right here.
6 number 29 and 63 attack on.
Show us your fucking hands now! Stand up! Stand up! Stand up! Stand up now! Stand up! Stand the fuck up!
EMS to stage and air carrier is going to go ahead and fly whenever any units can advise.
Get your hands out here. Cover 20.
So calm.
It's in there.
Weird.
Those guys can confirm that there's people that need first aid, and that's the shooter. He's not complying. They need to take care of the
I got it.
victims. They have to shoot him and shoot him.
Man, I ain't trying to hurt nobody. I'm completely sober. Never did drugs a day
63,
in my
we're
life.
21. Get the EMS over here.
Well, I did drugs when I was little, but I don't do drugs now. I'm sober. I'm not trying to fight you. Yalin,
63.
get your butt inside. Yalin, get your butt inside.
We on primary?
Now.
29, we got 3 kids down.
3 kids down, 16 down.
Yalin,
63, we're 21.
Knock
Have
it off.
EMS respond over here.
You're clear. They're being advised.
Robert 34, just start a mass casualty response.
63, do you want them to respond to the Laurel Lindale address? Where exactly do you need them?
We're right in the front yard. What are you doing, man?
Hey, pretty copy all this.
can I roll over? I ain't gonna hurt you. I ain't gonna hurt
You
nobody.
got anything on you?
No, I ain't got nothing, man. Phone, that's it. I ain't mad. I ain't nothing. Just make sure that dog don't come out. I don't think he'll bite you. Just don't reach for him and try to grab him and pet him.
All right.
He won't bite you.
What's going on, man?
Nothing. Can I stand up? It's kind of uncomfortable.
I'm gonna
I
get
ain't
you
gonna
here
do
in a
nothing. I ain't running
second.
away. You can do whatever you want.
Is it too loud? Gabby?
Here. You the only one else inside the house?
What?
You the only one else inside
Yeah,
the
yeah,
house?
yeah.
Sit down right here.
My daughter, she ran over to the fire department.
Sit down.
It's my stepdaughter.
Put him in the cage.
This is real.
Okay. Whoop,
I'm
whoop, whoop.
ecstatic to have a
We're getting here
back.
from the grocery store. Sorry. Wow. Did you hear them say if he is not complying, pew pew him, for lack of a better terminology? That's crazy. I mean, do it, but that guy was so calm. So, what's going on? Nothing. What do you mean, nothing? You have 3 unalived kids in your yard that you lined up and took out. Nothing. And then now he's in court crying. Shut up. Like, ah, it made me so mad. I cannot imagine what those cops saw and how they felt, how they probably still feel. Cannot imagine. And welcome, Wendy. Glad to see you here. I hope they've all got counseling. I hope they continue to get counseling. They need it. Oh, seriously? Oh, that's horrible. That's horrible. Yeah, it's so calm. Why? How? And just to say nothing. What's going on? Nothing. Get the dog inside. We're all good. Nothing. If it's on, yeah, we'll watch it. I assume it will be since the hearing is being shown. Alrighty. So I backed it up just a little bit to where she was talking about him reading his Miranda rights, the officer reading the Miranda rights, if I can speak. Now, this one I know only comes out of this side of my headphone, so I'll put this one in. But yeah, I would have been my ears would have fell off if I would have listened to that with my headphones and earphones, whatever. I'm old. Alrighty. I I think everybody was. And hats off to the officers who didn't. Oh, yeah. I understand that, Roseanne. They all just, there's the cop cut, you know? I give my daughter a hard time about it. They got the old cop cut #1. And even, I don't know if you guys watch On Patrol Live. It used to be Live PD, but now it's On Patrol. There's a department they follow out in Fullerton, California, and most of them go to the same barber, and that you can tell. They are all, what's that, like high and tight? Is that what that's called? I don't know. They all look, it's very nice. One of like my husband and I were talking, I'm like, he goes, they have the best looking police department we have ever seen. All of them are very good looking men, and there's pretty women. There's one, he has got the best mustache. I won't say the word that generally goes before that, so I don't get taken down. But I mean, it's a good, nice mustache. Anyway, here we go. Oh, I'd love to see Gabby go Rambo too.
That's exactly what I wanted to talk to him about.
And did you, in fact, then read the defendant his Miranda warnings?
I did.
And how did you do that?
I didn't hear you well.
Sorry. How did you do that?
I read him. I read it from the Miranda rights card. I read his warnings from the card that I had.
Right.
And what was the defendant's response when you asked him, or let me ask you this, when you finished reading the Miranda warning card, did you ask him anything?
Yeah, I always follow up with it. Did you understand? But before I could even say that, he said, "Yep." And then I said, "Do you understand?"
Oh, I know.
And he said, "Mm-hmm." And he shook his head, "Yes."
I know, Roseanne.
So before you finished,
and I'm not dismissing them. I'm sure they are.
Do you understand those rights? And he said, "Mm-hmm."
Mm-hmm. As he's shaking his head, yes. So lots of things there, verbal, nonverbal. He absolutely understood those rights that I had just read to him.
So based on his statements and nonverbal cues, you took that to mean that he understood his rights that you had read to him?
Absolutely, he understood those.
Did the defendant indicate in any manner at that point that he was confused about what you read to him and what his rights were?
No.
Did the defendant ask you any questions about what you had read to him or what his rights were?
No,
So at that point, did you begin the interview?
I did.
And what kind of questions did you begin the interview asking?
As with all my interviews, I typically
So
like to start off
calm
with just
compared
some
to what we
basic
just
background,
watched.
things like that, easy questions leading up to what happened that day. But so I just started talking to him, asking him questions about if he was his wife and things like that.
And when you asked about his wife, did he answer that question?
He did eventually, not right away. He looked like he was thinking about things, or appeared to me like he was reliving what had happened that day. And I kept having to refocus him back towards me. But eventually, he did say that his wife was Laura.
And what did you ask him about how many times he's been married?
I did. I kind of followed up with the Laura as his wife and asked if he had been married before. But again, he seemed like he started thinking about other things and was drifting off. So he didn't answer how many times he had been married.
So to bring him back, did you ask him another question?
Yeah, I just started asking him some basic background questions, other questions. Asked if he needed any prescription medications. He said no. I asked if he was feeling okay, how he was feeling, and he
Yeah,
said
something's
he
wrong
was
with
feeling
him.
good.
Did you ask him his date of birth?
I did ask him, asked him, what's your date of birth, another basic question, and he told me 3/1 of 91, so that would have made him 32 years old.
And
Gabby.
based on your research that you had conducted prior to
That
the
special
interview,
brownie?
was that an accurate date of birth?
Yeah, that was actually his date of birth. Yes.
And so after asking his date of birth, whether he needed any medication, how he was feeling, did you then get into what had happened that day?
Yeah. Then I asked him to tell me, what happened that day. What happened?
And how did he respond?
He told me that he didn't know, and he didn't even know why he was there.
And did you anticipate that kind of response?
I did. I figured that that's where this was going to start.
Why?
Oftentimes in other investigations, the I don't know card is played a lot with suspects.
So when the defendant began to act like he had no idea why he was there or why he was talking to you, what did you do?
So then I backed up and I started asking just some simple questions that I figured he would know the answer to. Easy questions like what day it was. He said it was Thursday, which it was. I asked him if he knew what the date was, but he kind of struggled on that. But honestly, I didn't know without looking at my phone either. Oftentimes I have to look at my phone to know the date, so I didn't put a whole lot of stock into the fact he didn't know the date.
And did you continue talking to him?
Yeah, just continued asking, just some basic questions about if he needed some water, what he ate, did he sleep, and then it kind of led into, I was asking him about how he was feeling and things like that.
And when you asked about how he was feeling, what was his response?
I remember asking him if he was upset, and he said no, he wasn't upset. And then I kind of explored that a little bit because I was curious, like emotionally, where he was at. So I kind of followed up on, why are you not upset and things like that.
And as you questioned him further about what had happened that day and how he was feeling, at approximately 45 minutes, 45 seconds into Exhibit 4A, what, if anything, did he say about a lawyer?
Well, I feel like we were talking about, his emotions and how he was feeling, and he made some comments about, not what happened that day, but just made some comments that I thought were very important, and I was kind of exploring that. And then he did, yes, make a comment about a lawyer. He said he cut me off. I was asking him specifically about what he had just said that I thought was very important,
So let's go back to that first then. You indicated you were talking to him and he made comments that you thought were important. What were those comments?
He had made a comment that the Bible says that you kill your firstborn, you kill your secondborn, you kill your thirdborn, but first you're supposed to kill your wife. I didn't kill my wife. So I really thought that was a very important comment that he had just made. And I wanted him to repeat to me some of the things that he had said. And I was asking him about that, and he cut me off. He stopped me from talking and said, I'll just, in all one sentence, he says, I'll just wait for a lawyer. I really don't know. Like, give me a couple days. I'll talk to a lawyer and get
Me
nice,
too.
good answers. He says that all in basically one breath.
So when he said, I'll just wait for a lawyer, I don't know, give me a couple days, let me talk to a lawyer and I can get some nice, good answers.
Exactly.
What did you think of that?
I didn't know. I was confused because initially he says that he'll wait, but then he covers it up with he really didn't know. So if he didn't know, I don't know what he means by it. And then he continues on almost and talks about almost like I'm going to let him go for a couple days, which obviously was not going to happen. So it really muddied the water for me as far as what he had just said about a lawyer.
So did you attempt at that point to clarify what the heck he's talking about?
I felt obligated to explore it a little bit, yes. So I did. I asked him if he had a lawyer.
And what did he indicate to you?
He said, we have family lawyers.
And did you follow up on that?
Yeah, again, I felt like pulling teeth. I'm trying to get him to talk about it. You know, tell me who's your lawyer. So I asked him if there was somebody we could call, and he said Keith Doerman and Ruby Franklin.
And did he give you any information about those two individuals?
Yep.
Yes, I
I
followed
agree,
up with them.
Hamilton.
Keith Doerman is his father, and neither one of those people are attorneys.
So he was able to tell you Keith Doerman is his dad. What did he say about Ruby Franklin?
He said that she was in the CIA, and I said, well, is she a lawyer in the CIA? And he said, she's in the CIA. So neither name that he gave me were even close to lawyers.
And after that, so you were able to confirm that neither Keith Doerman nor Ruby Franklin were lawyers, and that he was aware they were not lawyers.
Correct.
And so once you confirmed that neither Keith Doerman or Ruby Franklin were lawyers, what did the defendant do?
He changes the conversation and starts talking to me about whether he knew me or didn't know me. He changes the conversation. We're talking about lawyers and who I can call, and he completely changes the subject on me to, what I had talked about earlier about knowing him from 2015.
So when he changes the context of the conversation, was that in response to a question you had asked him?
No.
So he just says something along the lines of, I don't think I've ever met you before.
Yeah, he just continues talking about something unrelated to the lawyer issue that I was trying to clarify.
So did he ever clarify for you?
No.
So when he changed the conversation subject, what did you think at that point?
I thought that he was playing games with me and trying to control the interview.
So can you describe the defendant's demeanor as you then continued the interview?
Yes, it continued the same. His demeanor continued to be the same. When I would ask questions that were unrelated to what had happened that day, he knew the answers right away and had lots of details and could remember things. When I asked him about the tough questions about did you shoot your sons, the things that really showed that he had some culpability in that whole situation, he didn't know, and he struggled to answer, and he would rock back and forth in his chair, and just had extreme anxiety about those tough questions.
So was there a very different manner in which he would answer you depending on the topic of the question?
Yes, if it was unrelated to what happened that day, it was very easy for him to answer, and it was very difficult if it was about what happened that day.
And as the interview continued at approximately 1 hour, 35 minutes, 50 seconds into the interview, did the defendant make another reference to a lawyer?
He did. We were the conversation was about Laura, his wife. We were talking about Laura, and I was asking him questions about Laura. And then he again interrupts me and says, "Who's the lawyer?" And at the time, I thought that he said, "Who's Laura?" Because we were talking about Laura. So I looked at him and I said, "Who's Laura?" And he corrected me. He said, "The lawyer."
So when he corrected you, he just said the lawyer.
Yeah, he said, "The lawyer."
Did he correct you from in any way on the question who is the lawyer?
No, I said, "Who's Laura?" And he said, "The lawyer."
And did that mean anything to you at that point?
No, I was confused what he was talking about. I'm still trying to figure out why we're talking about Laura. And now he's saying, "Who's the lawyer?" So I said, "I don't know. You tell me."
And what was his response?
He just kind of went, huh, like he didn't know either or didn't care.
And at any point during the interview, did the defendant deny shooting his sons that day?
Yes, multiple times throughout the entire interview till the very end.
And was
Wow.
there a point during the interview in which the defendant was taken to use the restroom?
Yes, he had made some comments that he believed his wife Laura had poisoned him, and I offered a urine test, which he consented to.
And so did you escort him to the restroom, or did a uniformed deputy escort him?
No, a uniformed Deputy Greer escorted him to the restroom for that urine test.
And as a uniformed deputy, Deputy Greer would have had a body-worn camera, correct?
He was in uniform and he would have had a body camera, but because he was going to the bathroom for obvious reasons, if there wasn't any type of recording where he would have been exposed or anything like that.
And to your knowledge, did Deputy Greer ask any questions during that trip to and from the restroom?
He did not.
And did you?
I did not.
Were there any other points during the course of the interview that the defendant was left alone in the interview room?
Yes, there were times where I left the interview room where he would be in there with Detective Green. There was times where Detective Green left the interview room and we would be in there alone together. And then there was also a time where we both left the interview room and Mr. Doerman was in there by himself.
And what, if anything, happened when he was left alone in the interview room?
Again, it continues recording audio and video. He said, almost like under his breath, like a whisper, "What the fuck did I do?" Another point, he says, "What the fuck did she let me do?" Yeah, another time, it looked like he was checking the back of his shirt for blood. There was another point where he's looking around and he says, "Where's the cameras? Where's the cameras?" So he was looking for cameras. And then that picture that I talked about earlier was still on the table. There was another point when he was in there by himself where he looked at it and kind of flicked it away from himself, like in disgust.
And all of those things occurred while he was alone in the interview room.
Yes.
Now, in between those times where he was left alone, did you come back in and pick up the interview again?
Yes.
And as the interview continued, did he continue to refuse to talk about what had actually happened that day?
Yes. He said that he didn't remember, he didn't know, he didn't understand why he was there.
But did he provide you with other information that made you believe he was aware of what was going on and what had happened that day?
Yes, because as the interview went on, it was like a slow drip of information. I would gain a little bit, and then we would keep talking, and then I would gain a little bit more information.
Don't get me started on him.
A lot other things, other aspects of his life, but again, couldn't remember what happened that day.
And what kind of details specifically stick out to you that he was able to provide you during the course of the interview?
Things like we wanted his safe combination so we could check the safe, and he knew that, the safe combination. He knew a lot of details about who had access to that safe and who didn't. He had extensive details about when the last time Laura shot his gun, which was about 10 years ago, and who else was shooting the guns, and a lot of details about things like that.
And so again, did the trend continue that when you began to talk about his culpability, he lost all recognition of what was going on, but when you were talking about other details, he was fine answering your questions?
Yes.
Now, the interview, when that records at your department, it cannot record more than like 2 hours worth of information at once, correct?
That's starting to get like into the technical area. It can record 2, 3, 4 hours, depending on the what definition you have the settings on, like high definition or low definition. We have it somewhere in the middle where it will record a total of about 4 hours, complete.
And this interview, was it less than 4 hours?
This interview was a total of 3 hours. My actual interview time was probably more like 2.5 hours, but the total time of the interview was about 3 hours.
So the entirety of your interview was recorded, but it gets divided by the DVR into 2 files.
It does, and I have no control over that. It seems like it divides it up about an hour at a time. It'll start a new file, record for about an hour, and then it'll start a new file. So in this particular interview, I ended up with 2 separate files, 1 and a 2.
And have you had an opportunity to review both of those files?
I have.
And is the entirety of the interview that you conducted with the defendant, as well as the time he's alone in the room, recorded?
It is, yes.
Okay. So then looking at State's Exhibit 4B, that would be the second file of the interview room, correct?
Yes.
And during the second file, did Detective Schubert come in and begin working with you on interviewing the defendant?
Yes, I didn't feel like I was getting anywhere with Detective Green and Detective Schubert. Again, we interviewed very well together, and he came in to help me out.
And when Detective Schubert entered the interview room, did the defendant give any indication that he recognized him?
No, not at all.
Did the defendant give any indication that he was in fear of Detective Schubert?
No, not at all. In fact, he was probably more relaxed. His behavior seemed like he was more relaxed when Detective Schubert came in, because I had just given him the dip that he had been asking me for throughout the entire interview. So I think that relaxed him, and he seemed to be more relaxed.
And did the defendant give any indication during the interview that he was in fear of anyone at all from the sheriff's office?
No. In fact, he had made some comments in that when Detective Schubert was in there that he was not nervous, and later in the interview says that he's not scared of anything.
And at any time during the interview, did Detective Green threaten the defendant anyway?
No.
Did you during the interview?
No.
Did Detective Schubert during the interview?
No.
Did anyone threaten the defendant during the interview? Anyone from the sheriff's office?
No.
At any time during the interview, did Detective Green have physical contact with the defendant in a way that would be threatening or harmful?
No.
Did you?
No.
Did Detective Schubert?
No.
Did anyone from the sheriff's office?
No.
And you already indicated that you had provided the defendant with a bottle of water. Did you offer the defendant anything else to drink during the course of the interview?
Numerous times.
And did you offer the defendant anything to eat during the course of the interview?
Numerous times, yes.
And in addition to him consenting to the urine screen, did you offer him additional opportunities to use the restroom?
I don't remember, other than the one-time restroom break. I don't recall any other. I may have, but I don't recall any other times.
Okay. And you testified that you had provided him dip, is that right?
A dip and something to spit into, and Coca-Cola and other things, yes.
And you previously testified that the total length of the interview was 3 hours, but your actual active interview time was about 2.5 hours. Would you consider that length of interview a long interview?
No, that's pretty typical and consistent with an interview on a major case.
Can I have one moment, Your Honor? Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further at this time.
Ross,
Something to drink.
Jimmy, can you get Detective Ross the bottom, please?
So Wendy, they want his confession thrown out. I don't know if they want every video thrown out. They just
Morning, Detective.
saying he confessed without being, I think,
So,
properly Mirandized, and he had
you
asked for
agree
an
that
attorney, and they should have stopped.
You've reviewed the video, or the 2 videos of the interrogation, the interview, right?
Yes, sir.
Which I think.
Okay. And that video, those videos fairly and accurately represent what was said and what was done in the interview room between you and Chad Doerman and the other detectives?
Yes, sir.
Now, you talked about the read technique, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And some tactics that you used, right?
Yes, sir.
That's part of the read technique, and part of it's part of your homicide training or other training, right?
Yes.
But a lot of it's the read technique.
The tactics that I use when I interview and investigate aren't strict to the read technique, no. And I can't even say that it's mostly the read technique. It's my technique and skills. And it's a combination of all the trainings that I've been to in my 26 years experience at the sheriff's office. It's my own style.
Okay. And part of that, though, is some of the tactics that you use. You can describe some of those for us?
The tactics that I use in
Yeah.
this particular
Yes,
let's
interview
do it.
or
forget.
other
Well, let's do it in this particular interview.
So in this particular
And thank
interview
you.
was unique, as all interviews are different. In this one, my main tactic was to develop rapport and connect with Chad Doerman.
Okay. Did you use other tactics like deception?
Deception is a technique that can be used that's taught in the read technique, but that's a dangerous tactic because if you use deception, for example, if you say that there's evidence that there isn't and you get caught lying by the suspect, you lose all credibility and that interview is done. So I shy away from using deception, especially when it comes to evidence. For example, if you say that there's a fingerprint at the scene and I know you did it, and the suspect knows that he wore rubber gloves, there's no way that there was a fingerprint, then that interview is done. He's never going to respect me, and I'm never going to get anything out of him. So I try and shy away from deception, and I don't believe that I used any deception with Chad Doerman.
So you don't think you lied to him?
I don't think I lied to Chad Doerman.
Okay. You used victim blaming, you said. Right?
I did use a little bit of victim blaming at one point during my interview. I blamed his wife for not helping him.
And I guess empathy, is that a tactic?
Empathy is a tactic, and
You used that.
rapport, and I did try and establish a connection and a rapport with Chad Doerman.
And what about pressure? Isn't that part of the tactics that you use to put pressure on somebody?
Pressure can be a tactic in the read technique. It wasn't in this interview because it wasn't an interview where I didn't know who committed the crime. I knew who committed the crime. I just wanted to know why he did it. So I didn't necessarily pressure him. There were times where I had to change gears, where I was being empathetic and connecting to him, where I had to kind of confront him a little bit about some inconsistencies, but I wouldn't call that pressure.
What about calling him a monster? Would you call that pressure?
No, I wouldn't
I'd
call
call
that.
that the
I was putting
truth.
pressure on him, but I was trying to give him an off ramp, comparing. Maybe he made a mistake. Like sometimes we all make mistakes. Or are you a monster that just murdered your 3 children? What kind of person do you want to be? I was trying to give him an off ramp to continue that rapport and connect.
Well, like you said, you knew he did it. You wanted him to admit to it, right?
I didn't necessarily want him to admit to it. I wanted him to tell me why he did it. It wasn't a question of whether he did it. I wanted to give him an opportunity to tell me why he did it.
So you continually compared him to a monster, correct? And said, basically, are you somebody who made a mistake or are you a monster?
I
You gave
did.
him that choice, basically, right?
I did say that, yes.
Okay. And you don't think that was adding pressure to him?
I don't think I was pressuring him, no.
Now,
It's not pressure. Ugh.
You would agree at times
Try, I
during this
guess.
interview or interrogation. Well, which was it, first of all? Was it both?
It's both. An interview, in my opinion, an interview is just gathering facts, and it's a non-confrontational conversation, which is what it started off as. And interrogation is when I switch over and start confronting them on inconsistencies or facts and things like that. Sometimes the interview ends in the interview stage because either they admit it or you realize that they're not the suspect that you thought, and it ends in the interview stage. And sometimes it continues on into an interrogation where they continually deny, and you know that they did do it, so you start confronting them. That's an interrogation, in my opinion.
Okay. And so the interview became an interrogation after a while, in your mind, correct?
I think this did, yes.
Okay. And that's when you turn up the heat on him, right? The interrogation part?
In your words, turn up the heat, sure, yes.
Well,
But in my words, no, it's where I'm directly confronting him about inconsistencies and facts.
Well, part of your tactics are to confront somebody who is not admitting to doing it with the fact that you know they did it. That's a tactic, isn't it?
Yes.
And you did that here, right?
Yes, I confronted him.
Okay. Now, there were times during this, would you agree, that he seemed to not be right mentally? Would you agree with that?
I couldn't tell if he was faking it or if it was real.
Okay. So he might have not been right. Would you agree with that?
I don't know, because when I asked him questions about things that were not relevant to what happened that day, he had lots of details, and it was a good, meaningful conversation. It was only when I asked him about relevant questions that he, in my opinion, pretended that he didn't know and didn't know why he was there and things like that.
So he knew details about things other than the incident, and you found that to be suspicious.
I thought it was suspicious, yes.
Okay. You've dealt with mentally ill people before?
For 26 years, I've dealt with mentally ill people, yes.
You understand sometimes they're not dealing in reality?
I believe that's probably true, yeah. Sometimes
You understand what psychosis is?
Well, now you're getting outside of my knowledge of mentally ill people.
Okay. So do you accept that sometimes mentally ill people will behave in ways that may seem like one thing when it's not?
In my experiences, and again, as a police officer, my experiences dealing with mentally ill people typically don't know that they're mentally ill.
Okay. But in your experience, do mentally ill people sometimes behave in ways that may seem like if they were in reality, it's one thing, but in fact, it's not what they're thinking?
Yes, truly mentally ill people, yes, sometimes behave in odd ways. Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And at times there were long times when he was non-responsive to you. Isn't that true?
Yes, I believe that he was calculating his answers to my questions.
That's what you think, but the answer was you asked him a question and he just sat there, didn't say anything, right?
Yes, he wasn't just sitting there. He looked like he was thinking about what he was going to say or thinking about what had happened that day.
He looked like that. How did he look like that, detective?
Well, the reason I say that is because at the end of the interview, he admitted to all the things that I was asking him about. He knew what I was asking him about at the end of the interview, which tells me that all those times that he told me he didn't know why he was there and he didn't know who shot his boys, he was lying to me because he told me at the end of the interview that he did.
So there could be no other explanation in your mind.
I'm not saying there couldn't ever be any other explanation. I'm not saying that.
You asked him repeatedly during the interview, I think it was at that point, if he was okay, something to that effect, didn't you?
Yes, I was trying to show empathy and rapport and connect.
So you didn't really have a question whether he was okay when you were asking him that. That was just a ruse?
Well, I didn't know.
Was that deceptive?
No, I didn't know at the time. I was working through it and trying to figure that out in real time.
Okay, so that was a legitimate question you had in your mind at the time that he might not be okay.
Oops.
It was a legitimate question, and I was trying to figure out if he was okay or not okay.
Okay, so you thought at that point maybe he wasn't okay.
I thought that it was a possibility at the time, yes.
I meant to show that one first.
Now, he was booked after you were done with him with the interrogation. Is that right?
Yes,
He was booked. He wasn't
You
actually
did.
formally booked until after you were finished interrogating him, right?
correct.
Okay. And then you
I agree.
Also talked to him some about taking some samples from him. I think it was in context maybe with him, something about poison, testing him for poison. Do you remember that?
Yes.
He thought maybe he'd been poisoned, right?
He initially told me that his wife had poisoned him, but then later in the interview said that he didn't believe that.
Okay. But he said some stuff about poison, and you said something about testing and getting his consent for testing, and maybe that something to the effect that might help to look into that, right?
Yes,
Okay. Now the test actually wasn't going to be for poison, was it?
that's not true. I really did believe that a urine test and a blood test would show that he was poisoned or not poisoned. It wasn't until that I filled out the BCI form to send those samples out and have them tested. I was talking to evidence technician Bob Randolph, who is a 30-plus homicide detective retired from Cincinnati, about what I wanted, why I was filling the form out. And he said that I was wrong, that that's not the same test. I didn't know that at the time of the interview.
So was your intent to get his consent to test for poison only? Is that what you're telling us?
No, my intent was to get consent for urine and blood, and we can test for poison, but we're also going to have the ability now to test for other things.
Because
I wasn't.
You wanted a toxicology test, right?
I wanted both,
Well,
but I didn't say anything about the
There he is.
toxicology.
There he is, Hamilton.
I just focused on the poison comments that he had made.
did you not suspect at the time that he might be under the influence of something?
I didn't know. I was curious.
Right
You're
there.
telling us that you
Oh, you
thought
can't see my cursor.
that
I was
the
trying to
test you
circle
were
him.
requesting would actually include poison test.
I'm absolutely telling you that, yes.
Okay. And then also there was a test that you, I think, swabbed him for, but that was later. That was for DNA, right? That wasn't part of the blood and the urine sample, right? Didn't you come and swab him right before he went to court on his first court appearance?
Yes, as a standard.
Right outside the courtroom. I'm just doing a little housekeeping.
Yes, I did a buccal swab in the cheek, and that is just for standard to compare to other blood samples of DNA and things like that.
Okay, and that is not the same test we're talking about with obviously the blood and urine. Right?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know what time that was?
I don't recall what time. You talking about the buccal swab?
Yeah. Sorry. Yes.
I don't recall what time that was.
Okay. But it was right before he went, a minute or two or so before he went into the courtroom to get his initial appearance, right?
Correct. So it would have been right around, the 8:30 a.m.-ish time in the morning, somewhere around there.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, it was on June 16th, right?
The next day.
Yes.
His co-counsel was like, yeah, whatever.
All right. Now, you discussed briefly the Miranda rights. You did not read all the Miranda rights on State Exhibit 3, did you? On your card.
Word for word, no.
Well, you left out some pretty important parts, didn't you?
No, I think I covered the important parts, and he understood that he had the right to an attorney, and he had the right to have an attorney if he could not afford one.
Okay.
Those are the important parts, and he understood that.
Well, you left out the part as far as that right to an attorney is. You did say you have the right to talk to a lawyer for advice before we ask you any questions. But the part of the card goes on to say, and to have a lawyer with you during questioning. You did not read that part.
Yeah, that's
No.
not
Why
good.
not?
That kind of is redundant. It kind of repeats itself, and it's not the
Mm.
important part for me.
Well,
Sorry, go ahead.
one's talking about advice before you question, and the other's talking about having a lawyer present during questioning, isn't it?
Yep.
Yes. I'm not
Yep.
a robot. I probably should have read the entire card, but I'm not a robot.
Yes, you should have. Dang.
And then you read, if you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed that you left out for you before any questioning if you wish, right?
Again, yes, I must have left that out.
Yikes.
You did testify that you said, do you understand? You didn't say you understand me right, but you said, do you understand?
Yep.
But you already said yes before that, right?
He said, yep. And I said, do you understand? And he said, mm-hmm, and shook his head, yes.
Okay. And then you left out, are you willing to answer some questions, correct?
Is that on the card?
Well, do you know?
Not
I can
good.
tell you word for word
Good.
what's on the card. I can tell you essentially what the card says.
What is that, Mr.? I'm sorry.
States Exhibit 3, I'm handing to the detective.
Okay.
Yeah,
Is that a fair and accurate copy?
Huge
that's it.
boo-boo.
Yes, it does say, you have highlighted, are you willing to answer some questions? I did not ask that.
Do you know why you did not ask that?
Hamilton, you missed that he did not read the Miranda warning or the Miranda rights. Some people call it a warning, whatever, word for word. And he left out some important parts, and he may have screwed up big time this whole thing, because those technicalities would get you. There's a reason all the words are there. I was just going to say, like, he seems so honest as an officer. Like, he's answering everything. He's dang it, sir. That was bad. That's why they put it on a card for you, so you can read it. It's why you all carry him around. Dang.
No, because I believed that he wanted to talk to me based on our short interaction earlier in the interview where I said that I wanted to talk to him, and he said, that's fine. Actually, I said, I want to talk to you if that's okay. And he said, that's fine.
Were you afraid he was going to say no? I
No,
want to talk to you?
No, I wasn't afraid. I'm just not a robot. I didn't read the card word for word. I read to him his
Yes.
Miranda rights and Miranda warnings.
How many interviews do you think you've done, detective?
Probably hundreds as a detective and probably thousands as a road patrol.
And how many
It
times
could.
have you given Miranda rights to suspects before interviewing?
Well, sometimes I don't read Miranda because they're not in custody and it's not needed. Sometimes I read them from that card, and sometimes I have them signed a written waiver of Miranda warnings. Probably hundreds, if not thousands.
Okay.
I don't know.
Now, you said that you were, well, I'm going to put words in your mouth, but you just talked about he asked for a lawyer, or whether he asked for a lawyer, what he said in regards to getting a lawyer, and that you were trying to clarify that, I think is how you put it.
I said that he muddied the water, and I felt obligated to explore that.
So then,
Long enough to know better than
wasn't
to do what he
clear to you.
did.
Why did you say, I understand?
Again, because I'm trying to connect and develop rapport with him. And what I did understand was that he was confused. So I explored it.
Well, you said, I understand, and then you basically asked him, do you have a lawyer? And you went down that path, correct?
I said, I understand, very softly said, I understand.
Okay.
Because I'm trying to continue that rapport that I'm developing with him. But what I really understood was the comments he just made were not clear, and I needed to clarify that.
Yep.
So you were confused about what he said, but you said, I understand. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that I said, I understand, because I am calmly talking to him, developing rapport. But what I really understood was he just muddied the water with what the comments that he just made in the single breath about he really didn't know. His words, I really don't know. If he doesn't know, I don't know what he wants.
That changes all
Well,
of this for
I
me.
really don't know. You took that to reflect on his request for a lawyer or what he'd been talking about up to the minute before?
No, we were talking about his request to wait for a lawyer. I really don't know. If he doesn't know, I don't know.
So why not say, hey, I'm not clear here. Do you want a lawyer or not? Should we get you a lawyer? Why don't you do that?
I don't know why I didn't say that. I explored it the way that I felt was appropriate.
So what do you understand you're supposed to do when a suspect who's in custody clearly asks for a lawyer?
If they clearly ask for a lawyer,
Yeah.
which I've done on other cases, on other homicide cases, they clearly ask for a lawyer, I stop questioning them,
Right.
which I've done before.
You stop
In this
questioning.
case, he did not clearly say he wanted a lawyer.
And you didn't clarify.
You tried to clarify with him. That's what you're saying these questions you asked him about, whether he had a lawyer or not, were designed to do.
I did try to explore that and clarify his comments, but he continued playing games with me.
Then you took him playing games with you by when you asked if he could name a lawyer, he said his dad's name, Keith Doerman, right?
Yes, who's
Then
not
he
a
said-
lawyer.
Right. And then he said Ruby Franklin, and she's in the CIA.
Yes, who's also not a lawyer,
Does that
and
make
somebody
sense?
who he knows is not a lawyer.
Now, this was Thursday afternoon, right?
Yes,
In fact, you were involved and we were waiting for a verdict on another jury case in this very courtroom at that point, right? Do you remember that, the Marvin Armbruster case?
I do remember.
At this point, it's irrelevant.
It's irrelevant, so.
Well, if you knew how to get a hold of a lawyer, you knew if you didn't have a lawyer, what are you supposed to do?
If he doesn't have a
You can't-
lawyer,
I mean, you don't think the rule is that if he has to name a lawyer or he doesn't get one, do you?
if he says, I want a lawyer, I stop my interview, which I've done on other homicide investigations. That's my obligation. He didn't say that in this case.
So you asked him questions about naming a particular lawyer. And he was not successful in doing that, right?
I was trying to explore those muddy water comments that he had just made to me by asking if there was somebody that I could call.
What about the public defender's office? You knew where I was, right? You knew where we were.
Objection.
That's sustained.
Did you know how to reach anybody in the public defender's office?
Got an objection?
It's sustained. It's asking for speculation, just
Well,
He
that's
just-
what he knows, Judge.
pretty much answered this question multiple times, that he was trying to explore that. So I think we can move on.
He asked him directly if he knew how to contact him. That's yes or no.
And I'm sorry, I didn't, you said you let
Huge.
him, or you took him, gave him a bathroom break at some point. What point in the process was that? How far into it?
It was on the latter end, not the front end. It was, I couldn't tell you exactly when it was without referring to the video, but it was towards more than halfway is what I'm trying to say, I believe.
Now, I recall one part of it where he asked for a break. Do you remember that?
Yeah, and there was another part where he begged me to take his cuffs off because he's not going to hurt anybody.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. You did not take his cuffs off, right?
No, he doesn't control the interview. I do.
Fine. Okay. So he asked for a break. He didn't get the break, did he? Not then.
Yes.
I don't know exactly what break you're referring to, but
Yes. Clarify.
the break that he had was when he went to the restroom with Deputy Greer,
Okay.
somewhere beyond halfway.
And you don't know when that is in time in reference to when he asked for a break?
Not specifically, I'm sorry.
Yeah, he's still in trouble for sure. But
Now,
man, they just
at a
got to be
later point
careful.
in that interview or interrogation, he brings up the topic of a lawyer again, right?
Yes.
And you think he said what?
Who's Laura?
That's what you thought he said.
Yes.
But you don't still think that, do you?
I didn't know that he didn't say that until I watched it.
I understand. But you've watched it again. You don't think that's what he said now, do you?
No, he said, who's the lawyer?
Are you sure he said who's, not where's the lawyer?
I'm positive because I repeated to him what I thought he said.
Correct.
Who's Laura? And he said, the lawyer. There were numerous times in my interview that I said something wrong or incorrect, and he had no problem correcting me. I said, who's Laura? And he only corrected me by saying, the lawyer.
So
He said, who's the lawyer?
What did you say in response to him saying the lawyer?
What was my response to what?
You remember what your response was?
Yeah, he said the lawyer, and I said, I paused and I'm confused, and I said, I don't know. You tell me.
Yes,
And what was your reason for doing that?
especially in this
Because
situation.
specifically talking about Laura, his wife, and again getting into those hard questions. And he says, what I thought was, who's Laura? And I'm confused. And then he says the lawyer, and I'm no idea what he's talking about. So I said, I don't know. You tell me.
So you didn't think that was a reference of him again saying, hey, where's this lawyer we were talking about a while back? Where's my lawyer?
I didn't know. And then he just kind of shrugged his shoulders and said, like it wasn't a big deal. So
or maybe nothing's going to work because you're not going to get the objection, right? That could be a fair
that's not
inference, right?
that's not fair, and that's not true at all. I respectfully disagree. I've had other homicide investigations where I believe they clearly wanted a lawyer, and I stopped questions.
Well, that's fine, detective, but that could have been what was in his mind, whether you were intending that or not. Do you not accept that?
That'll be sustained. You're asking them to totally speculate about what's in Mr. Doerman's mind.
Okay.
That's sustained.
Everybody's confused and nobody stopped to clarify anything.
All right. Thank you, Judge.
Can you redirect it?
Ugh, he's still gross. What the heck's that? What the heck kind of look is that? There is no Laura. He was saying lawyer.
No additional questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Detective, you can step down. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, do you guys want to watch that link? And Roseanne, I don't know. He probably is still employed. He talks like he is. I've seen worse. And I know I refer back to this case a ton. If you didn't watch the Travis Rudolph trial, the detective in that said on the stand multiple times, repeatedly, I needed so much of Hamilton's bubble wrap. I thought that she could not look for evidence unless she knew the evidence was there. So she didn't look for evidence, and she got Detective of the Year after that trial. So fortunately, he was found not guilty. But yeah. Okay. Do you want to watch before we go to the next witness, do you guys want to watch the other body cam footage that Gabby sent? Or did we kind of bring everybody down and then his mistake brought us all back up? Do we want to go back up to body cam status where we were all about to freak out? Yeah. All right, I got a yep. Ah, that's a bad pause on his. All right, I got to find you, Hamilton. I starred you. I gave you a star. All right, give me just a second because, what is happening? I can star you in one program, but I can't star you in the other, and the other one's where I need it. Oops, I didn't want to do that. I was trying to click on it. It won't let me. Dang it. And it won't let me scroll back that far. Ugh. All right, Gabby. Do you have it again by chance? Because I cannot scroll back that far on YouTube and get it. $22 and 37 seconds. All right, give me a sec. Oh. I'll just click yours. Ah. Hang on, hang on. Try to start without me. Yes, please. I am really bad about asking for likes. So if you're here and can please hit the like button, I would appreciate it. Yes, smash it. Break it. Are you talking about me saying I starred something, Hamilton? I can't hang on. I can't keep up with you guys and do this. I cannot multitask that well. Thank you. All right, here we go. This detective or this officer with this brown cube over his head makes me think of something really old, like the Unknown comic that used to be on the Gong Show, which you guys are probably all too young to remember. But it's hilarious and stupid all at the same time. Alrighty. And I don't know why there's no sound right here. Unless we gotta wait. Oh, no audio till 2 minutes and 36 seconds. Alrighty. Thank you. Thank you, Hamilton. You're probably the only one in here. Oh, the Gong Show. It was great. All these black squares. I wonder if they all quit after this. I've never seen them all blurred. I've seen some of them blurred. Like, that guy's got a different color blurred. I just figured when they're blurred, it's a high turnover job, so I just figured they were not employed there anymore. I mean, no, thanks, lawn crime. Oh, there it is. Ow. Yeah, they're not UCs.
So you know, Sarge, he didn't want to get dressed.
I'm not. Yes, we're going to fight with him. We're aware. We're aware.
Mm-hmm.
Take her right off the elevator.
I think mine just under, still a little chewy. And that's the guy that we just saw. Why'd they blur him out? At least it looks like the guy we just saw from his head and glasses. I appreciate Lawn Crime's watermark there.
Chad, I'm gonna have you sit right here.
Wow, he got the full blur.
Okay, so I want you just to listen right now, okay? We're gonna have the public defender. I know, Chad, look at me, take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. No, I know, just take a deep breath for me, okay? I'm gonna have your public defender come back and talk to you, okay? And then we're gonna go out and we're gonna do your hearing. Can you hear me? Do you need a second? Take a deep breath. Okay, so your public defender will come back and talk to you. You understand that? Okay, and then we'll go out for your hearing, okay? There is news media out there, okay? When you walk out, you'll see a piece of black tape on the floor. All I need from you is to stand on that piece of black tape, face the judge only, and just listen, okay? Your public defender or your attorney is gonna do all the talking for you. They'll say that you have the right to remain silent, and I advise you to use that, okay? Because everything in there is recorded. So I want you, again, just to stand there, look at the judge only, don't turn to the media, don't turn to anybody in the audience that you may know. Listen to the judge and let your public defender do the talking for you, okay? Do you have any questions for us? Okay.
See it? You need help? Maybe.
Why would you get that upset that they just said your public defender or your attorney is going to be there? Oh my gosh! Wow. Okay. Glad.
Okay, just this, okay, I was like.
I'd have to take a couple away because I only get so many until I have a certain amount of hours, and then I get more. Right now, I only get 4.
That's fine.
You're not supposed to look that close, Hamilton.
Brad agrees with you.
That is the worst shade of yellow. Oh. That's better.
Yeah, you told me that during the meeting.
That's pretty funny.
I have questions about those later. Me and Mark were looking at something.
They're going to be a very specialized situation. I think on silent bombs type issues, nothing long term, very, very temporary. Just it's not the other apparatuses for
That's like what I wanted.
What was it said?
If there's an issue, it's just poof, we're out.
So no issues, all right, Mr. Doerman?
Thanks for the beep. They're taking video for some reason, Gabby. I have this out of my ear, but I can't turn it up any higher. And I don't know if there's closed captions. They're on. Oopsies. Oh, I can turn it up a little bit higher, but not much. Sorry. Yay. No hearing left. That's pretty much all it is. It's just a bunch of background noise. They're just waiting, I think, to go make his probably initial appearance. Nobody's checking. Sit down, officer. Here we go.
Matter is before the court today for purposes of bond hearings. Calendar, we're here on behalf of Mr. Doerman, Mr. DeCalby, Mr. Guest on behalf of the state of Ohio. Mr. Thomas Devon, go ahead, sir.
As a bond, Your Honor, he is 32 years old. He lives in Richmond, married, is employed. He indicates that his relatives, Gloria Doerman, Todd Frost, and Tim Doerman, may act as co-signers for him. At this time, Your Honor, we would submit to the court that a bond of $75,000 for order conditions be open. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Calby.
Good job, Mark Colby, Cameron County Prosecutor on behalf of the state. At this point, I'm going to let Mr. Gast handle the bond on our behalf.
Morning, Judge. Judge, we've got law enforcement with us here today. Our office has been involved. Lots of people in our office have been involved with law enforcement throughout yesterday, afternoon, evening, all the way through this morning. And the facts I have for you at this point are as follows. The trauma that this man has inflicted on his family, the community, law enforcement, first responders, and all of the rest of us who have any idea what's going on here is unspeakable. There's been a full admission in this case, Judge. The case is still new. We're still discovering facts. But the evil horror of what we know is impossible to process. In an act of just incomprehensible cruelty, the father that stands before you lined up his 3 young boys, and he executed them in his own home with a rifle. They were ages 3, 4, and 7, Judge. In an act of desperation to save her children, the mother at some point grabbed the gun the father was wielding to attempt to protect him. We know that one of the boys was able to flee into a field near home. And again, we know from his admission, the father hunted that boy down, drug him back to the property, and executed him in front of witnesses. The mother was shot through the hand in her attempt to protect her children. Judge, I asked the court in setting this bond to just begin to imagine their fear. This was the man that every day they woke up looking to for protection, love, guidance in all things. The man they trust more than any other person on earth. The person they rely upon to keep them safe from harm. He was their world. He was their guardian. And he executed them in cold blood. You know that from his admission. By that same admission, Judge, he has committed one of the most monstrous, craven, cowardly acts that would ever be our misfortune to see. To make things even more disturbing, Judge, this was no haphazard act. Again, by his own admission, he planned the events of this day. This did not happen on a whim. He's confessed to what I believe is the worst crime, at least I hope, that I'll see in my lifetime. I hope it's the worst fact pattern that ever comes before this court. Judge, it's important for the court to know and the bond we're going to request today, for the court to understand Drummond County deputies, Monroe Township Fire and EMS, and other first responders bravely respond to the scene where they don't know what's going on. They did not know what they're facing, and they come into a scene that no one can ever be prepared for. No law enforcement training, no training of any kind prepared for. It's easy to forget that these are men and women with families, children, feelings, emotions. They're not some automaton performing a delegated function of people. They were required to give CPR to gunshot children, 3, 4, and 7-year-old children. They held these boys in their arms, knowing there was nothing they could do to save them.
I would never go there. Not right now, anyway.
How long do those stars last? The day you wake up from that, you're healed. How do you unsee such an abomination? Bond factors this court needs to consider today are set forth in Criminal Rule 46, nature and circumstance of the crime charged, and specifically whether the defendant used or had access to a weapon, including the seriousness of the offense. It's the most serious offense that we have on the books, Judge. And this is it. You can't commit a more serious offense. So the nature of the crime charged is the worst crime that can be charged. Did he have access to a weapon? Yes, obviously he did. The weight of the evidence against the defendant at this point, Judge, we stand here with a full admission of the defendant. That also goes to the confirmation of the defendant's identity, and witnesses on scene did see at least part of what happened. Next, the court is to consider the likelihood this person would return the court of a bond or issue. Again, this is the most heinous crime with the most severe penalty under the law that we presented to a grand jury. That alone would be a major factor in discouraging a person from availing himself to this court or any other. And the thought to flee and the likelihood of flight is great in the state's opinion. The danger he poses to the community is a factor that this court can consider, and I think with the facts in front of you, Judge, we can't name a person that poses a greater threat to the community. As his prior record goes, Judge, it is fairly minimal. He was charged with domestic violence in 2010. He is not, to my knowledge, on probation community control. Judge, the facts of this case are hopefully like no other we will ever see. When this case gets indicted in the court of common pleas, I am certain that a no bond hearing will be held, and I would hope that would be granted. But at this point, at this juncture, we're going to ask this court to issue a bond we've never asked for before. I'm going to ask for a bond of $20 million. I hope I never need to request such a bond again.
Thank you. Date for preliminary hearing?
The date for the preliminary hearing, Judge, is 6/26.
No objection.
The preliminary hearing will be set for June 26th at 1 p.m. At this point in time, bond's going to be set in the amount of $20 million cash or surety.
Whew.
Anything else at this time, Mr. Guest?
No, Judge.
So you can I'm ready. Nothing at this time.
Thank you.
Turn it, I'm walking out.
My ear is dead.
Walk straight back to the room. Turn to your left to face the wall.
I agree 100%. Sorry. Yeah, that killed me.
Put your head right there.
Bring your right foot back.
Take the socks off while you're at it, please. I'll take control of the cuff. Lift your foot back up, she's gonna
Taking
take
your
your
shoes off. Other leg.
Don't cry now. You didn't cry when you did it.
Same thing. Take your shoe off.
Turn.
I got it. Hand down at your side once this cuff's released. Do not move it.
I think so. I had to guess.
Have a seat.
Some people say they should go to Snake Island.
Do not stand up until we get out of the cell.
Sorry, they put all that crap up there. Okay, I did not know about the part, hang on, that he chased one down, that one was getting away. I did not know about that. That's awful. That poor little boy. I mean, to chase him down and bring him back is horrible. Like, I mean, and to know, even at that age and being so little, you know what's coming. No, he unalived, what were they, 4, 7, and 3? All 3 of his sons, lined them up. With a rifle, nonetheless. Jeez. Yeah, it was bad. I mean, everything about this is bad and horrible and awful. But then 3, to hear that one was trying and to get away, and then the other one that he used a rifle. When I thought they were going to say his wife got control of but she didn't, I don't think. And because if she would have had control of it and then just popped him, sorry, not sorry, you would have deserved it. She would have deserved a medal. That sounds scary. I don't want to go there. I don't like being cold. And yes, that does. It does. Hey, Risha, we like you. Don't come get me. We're just kidding. Yes, and that, you said that the other day, and that absolutely just The whole thing is heartbreaking. Yeah, it just yeah, he ran, got to a field. Poor thing. Being that young and knowing you need to run for your life. I don't know which one it was. Oh, yeah. And welcome, Mobile Gamers Unite. This is wild and it's sad and depressing. And he has a very, very, uh, figuratively speaking, punchable face. Like, what's that look even about? Like, I'm so scared. Too bad. I hope you are. I hope you stay that way. All right, let's finish this up. We got another witness coming.
Council, it's about 1:45.
Well, maybe we have a
Take
break.
a full lunch break and want to take
Sorry.
a short break. What's your pleasure at this point? I don't know what additional time we need. I mean, we need to take a short break no matter what, as far as I'm concerned.
Oop, that was pretty watered down,
Okay, so
Gabrielle.
15 minutes and come back and plow through it. All right, that's fine. All right, we'll take a short break. We'll be back at 1
Cheyenne,
o'clock.
did you see the yellow gel walls? I know how much you like it. Cheyenne's favorite color is yellow. I've not listened to that because I can't do her voice, and I don't really want to hear him. And yes, you're correct. Ice baths should warm them right up. Nice. Well, we have had a lot of court drama on here. So if you need some, we'll be here for it. Aw. Well, Cheyenne, you'll have to go back and replay. So, Wendy, did you see it's an old trial? I think like one of Robert Durst, maybe first trials in Texas. And they made they gave him, because they wanted him to look really small. So they gave him oversized suit jackets. They did something weird with the chairs. And the lawyers were talking about somebody would come in and adjust the chairs and they would readjust it. I think they were putting it down and putting theirs up and to make him look even smaller. It's crazy what stuff they were doing. Yeah. Paul had my sympathy until people started posting stuff about him in the comments, and now I'm like, no, no. Nope, 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 nope. Well, Cheyenne, are you using yellow notebook paper? Yellow legal pad? I used to think that I thought he should get out until I was educated, and now I do not think that. Cheyenne, I was able to add memberships to my channel, so those guys are members of my channel. Gabby, you got to find a way to be around Monday for Paul's sentencing. What are we going to do without you? Because Hamilton, she doesn't snark on her own. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, it's bad. You know, I was so proud of the prosecutor for asking the jury what they thought and not asking for any more time. But did they have all the information? Because he can go for life. He can walk out and go to life. So I think he can be in there forever. Thank you, Cheyenne. It's newer. I had to get to, YouTube has their goals set that you have to reach. All right, guys, you ready? Start this. Because I feel like he's staring at me. You'll be here Monday in secret? So excited. Well, he fooled me. Not that maybe that, what the heck, lady? Takes a lot to do, but he fooled me. Oh.
We are back on the record in case 2023 CR 407 State versus Chad Doerman. Mr. Doerman is present with counsel. Prosecutors are present. We're back from the break. The state, call your next witness.
I hope not. Well, Roseanne, I'm glad I wasn't the only one because I was feeling kind of stupid. Like, man, I was so fooled.
I'll also note for the record that our court reporter is here as well, so there's no issues there.
You sound like my husband. All right, be careful.
Okay.
Ma'am,
Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Would you please say your name and spell your name for the record?
My name is Renee Butcher. Renee spelled Renae and Butcher's Butcher.
I won't comment.
And where do you work, ma'am?
I work for Child Focus.
Okay. And what is your occupation for Child Focus?
I'm a social worker.
Okay. And do you work at the Claremont County
And
Jail?
we're happy for that.
Yes, I'm the jail liaison at the Claremont County Jail.
Okay. And what does a jail liaison do for the Claremont County Jail?
I actually interview inmates to see if they can be better served in positions in situations other than jail, to see if they need mental health treatment or drug and alcohol treatment or any other resources, and try to link them to those resources.
Okay. Is this sort of linked with mental health, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay, great. And would you be considered a social worker, ma'am?
Yes, I am a licensed social worker.
Okay, thank you. And how many years have you been a social worker, ma'am?
40.
40? Great. How long have you worked in conjunction with the Claremont County Jail?
8 years.
8 years? Okay.
Come on, cameraman.
Almost 9.
Going on 9 years. Okay, going on 9 years. And at that entire time, were you a jail liaison, ma'am?
Yes,
Are you employed by Claremont County?
No, sir, I'm employed by Child Focus.
Okay. And so are they contracted out to do, are you contracted in? How does that work?
I'm there on a program offered by the Claremont County Mental Health Board.
Ah, I see. Okay, great. Thank you. June 15th, 2023, you were working in your
Just don't
capacity
get
as
in
jail
trouble.
liaison.
Yes, I was.
Okay. And at that time, were you asked or assigned to speak to an inmate by the name of Chad Doerman?
Yes.
Okay. And why would you speak with the defendant on that day, man? What was your purpose?
When individuals come in charged with serious crimes, they ask that I just get a baseline of how they're functioning and see if they need any services.
Yes, Hamilton just went back to the hearing.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Sir, or ma'am, when you, we say the person Chad Doerman, do you see him present in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Okay, would you please point?
So now the record reflect Ms. Butcher's identification of Mr. Doerman.
Okay, great. Thank you. Ma'am, are you are familiar with the concept of levels in the Claremont County Jail?
Yes, I am.
Okay, what are levels?
Levels are the determination made if the individual is considered to be at risk for suicide or harm to himself.
Okay, so what are the levels? How many levels are there?
There are 2 levels. There's a level 1 and a level 2, level 2 being the most severe.
Okay, so a level 2 inmate would be one that is dangerous.
You're not crazy.
Possibly? Is that correct?
There's
On that
concerns that he's at intimate risk of harm to himself or others.
Okay, but level 1 would be just a baseline of all regular inmates that there's no concerns for?
No, level 1, there would be concerns, but they wouldn't rise to the same level as level 2.
Okay, thank you. Okay, great. I didn't understand that. Thank you. Do you recall when you spoke with Mr. Doerman where you were, meaning where in the jail?
They have really long
were in his
silky
cell
hair
booking.
and they're
Okay, he had a cell
thin
book.
and tall.
Thank you. Are you familiar with a Deputy Schmees?
Yes, I am.
Okay. How do you know her?
She's one of the corporals in the jail.
Okay. So you were
It
familiar
is.
with her on that day?
Yes, I was.
Great. Was she present with you on that day?
Yes, she was.
Okay. Would that be unusual, ma'am?
Not if I'm interviewing somebody in booking.
Okay. And can you explain that for the court?
If the inmate's being interviewed in the booking or the classification section for security reasons, there's a deputy with me.
Okay. And that is for your protection, is that fair to say?
That's for my protection, yes.
Okay, but also the defendants as well?
Yes.
Inmates? Is that? Okay, great, thank you. On that date in question, were you aware that Deputy Schmees possibly may have had her body camera on?
No, I was not.
Okay. Would you have acted or done anything differently on that day had you known that?
No, I would not have.
Okay. And did anyone on that day, or has anyone ever asked you to ask an inmate, or in this particular case, this defendant, anything other than your regular screening questions?
No.
Okay. Did you ask this inmate anything, this defendant, anything on that day, anything other than your regular screening questions?
No.
Okay. And the purposes of these questions are for mental health and medical treatment. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Thank you. Were you aware of the defendant's charges on the day when you spoke with him?
Yes.
Okay. Did you treat him any differently based on the charges he was facing?
No.
Okay. Do you recall your conversation with him, ma'am?
Briefly.
Okay. Fair to say. Was it a brief conversation, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. And when you went, where did that conversation happen? I believe you said it happened in his cell?
In his cell, yes.
Okay. And who was present, if you recall?
Corporal Smeeds, and there may have been a second deputy.
Okay. Did you have any interaction with that second deputy that you
No.
recall? Did you really have any interaction with the corporal at that time either?
No.
Okay. When you spoke with the defendant, where was he in his cell?
He was laying on the bunk.
Okay, laying on the bunk. Okay. Do you recall, was he handcuffed?
He was not handcuffed.
Okay. How was he dressed, if you recall?
He was in a green suicide smock.
Okay. Had you requested that he be placed in that smock?
No.
Okay. Do you have any idea why he was?
Other than it was a jail decision, no.
Okay. So you weren't any part of that decision?
No.
Correct. Okay. And no one ever asked you about that prior to this?
No.
Okay, great. Your conversation with him, was the defendant able to respond by name? Meaning he understood what his name was?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ask him about any history of mental health?
Yes.
And what was his response?
He denied any history.
Okay. What about suicidal thoughts?
Yes, and he denied any suicidal thoughts.
Oh, thank you. I see what you're saying. Yes, you asked him about suicidal thoughts and he said he had none.
Correct.
Right, thank you. Did you ask him if he was hearing voices or seeing things?
I don't recall asking that question.
Okay, but you don't recall him telling you that he did either. Is that fair to say?
No, I don't recall him saying that.
Thank you. Did you ask him about any drug or alcohol use, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay, and what was his response, if you recall?
If I recall it, he denied it.
Okay, thank you. And what about, was he able to inform you of his employment prior to being an inmate?
I don't recall that conversation.
Thank you. In speaking with him, ma'am, would you describe for the court, what was the defendant's demeanor when you spoke to him?
He appeared to be calm.
Okay.
Well, you can replay this and then play the drinking
That would be the
game.
best description I have.
Okay. Did
Please
he give you
don't.
appropriate answers to your questions that you recall?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Did he say anything that you found unusual or out of place?
No.
Okay. Did he appear oriented to time and space?
Yes.
Okay. Did he appear to have any concerns that he verbalized to you at all?
No.
Yeah, it's a little early.
One moment, please.
Sorry. It just, okay. Did you do this? Yes. Okay. How about, did you go outside? Yes. Okay. 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 I'd probably have to do that on Rumble.
A few more questions for you, ma'am. Okay, these questions and this sort of, for lack of better word, screening process, is this standard when someone is taken into the jail?
Yes.
Okay, does every inmate that is taken into the jail go through this type of process?
Most do.
Okay, most do. Did anyone ask you in particular for any reason on this matter?
No.
No. Okay. Bless you.
Okay.
And when we say, you've referred to they asked me, whom actually asks you to commit to the screening process, ma'am?
I believe what you asked me is how the individual is chosen for the screening process.
Sure.
If they have been arrested 2 or 3 times in the last couple of years, they have a history that is reported of mental health treatment.
Mm-hmm.
If somebody specifically asks, or the seriousness of the crimes.
Okay, great. Do you know why you spoke to Mr. Doerman on this day in question? What particular reason that was?
The seriousness of his crimes.
Great. One moment.
So Rumble is YouTube's competition, and you can say all the
ma'am,
words.
In general, this would be with your job duties for child focus as opposed with the jail. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Okay, great. Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay.
No further questions, Jim?
So many okays.
Good afternoon.
I'm Greg Myers, one of the other lawyers for Mr. Doerman. You know Steve, you don't know me.
Yes, I do know Mr. Haynes.
Mr. Haynes was afraid to talk to you, so he asked me to come. So let me understand, I think you've made it clear, you're not an employee of Claremont County Sheriff's Office.
No, I am not.
You work for an agency, a mental
I'm
health provider.
streaming over there right now.
Contract with the Sheriff's Office.
I work for an agency that has the contract with the Claremont County Mental Health and Recovery Board.
And that entity in turn is the pathway or connection to the Sheriff's Department?
Correct.
And do you have a regular schedule to be in, where you spend part of your work week at the jail?
I'm at the jail 5 days a week, full time.
So that is your full-time placement?
Yes.
And you have an office in that jail?
Yes.
And you frequently, be fair to say you normally would interview
Don't
inmates
know.
in that office who are not in booking?
I would normally interview inmates in the medical suite of the jail or up in the north cell blocks.
You can
You can help me and hence the record understand. You have an office, but that's a different place than the medical suite.
Correct.
And the north block that you mentioned?
That's a cell block where the largest cell block in the jail where many male inmates are housed, and I interview them in a classroom up there.
And when they're in that classroom, is it a one-on-one?
Yes.
Are there uniformed corrections officers in that classroom with you?
No, but I'm on camera.
I take it you understand as a trained mental health professional, long-time service, that
I can't type this out because I don't think it would let me put it. I think it would stop it. But Wendy, when you said that, I was thinking of AA, which is Alcoholics Anonymous, and then I was going to tell you were going to have to go to to TA, but then I figured that I better not say that you were going to have to go to TA because they would probably think I was saying TNA, and I'm not. Sorry, that's where my brain went. So no, you do not have to pay for Rumble. I didn't start on Rumble because honestly, I will tell you, it's easier to get subscribers on YouTube than it is on Rumble. But Carmen, her friends that are a lot of her law enforcement friends wouldn't come to YouTube because they're anti-YouTube, and I don't blame them. And I mean, I love you, YouTube. Don't you take anything I say wrong because of the freedom that's on Rumble. And for a long time, I would have more viewers on Rumble than I do YouTube, but now YouTube generally have more viewers. Rumble, I have a lot of people come in and out, so but it's easier. A lot of people say it's easier to make money on YouTube. On Rumble, you can subscribe to somebody's channel. So like you follow, there's a subscriber button. I don't have anything set up over there. You can do like the equivalent of a super chat. And then there's a thing called locals that's over there that I could put that behind a paywall. So I can set up just like a membership thing. I could just set one price. And then on locals, you can chat on locals, and you can pretty much say whatever you want on locals. There is no suppression there of anything. Like the other day, Gabby, you said cheers, and I put I'm jealous, enjoy, and it would not send it. It wouldn't send the message. So I don't know. There's a lot of YouTubers that drop a lot of words that I don't use. So, and they don't get in trouble. So I don't know. I don't know the rules. YouTube doesn't know the rules. Because there aren't any. They kind of do whatever they want to do. It's kind of like the Lollipop song, the Lollipop Guild. I played 26 seconds of that, which I thought was under the thing. It's not that a person flagged me, it's the algorithm, the AI or whatever that flagged me. And I just don't know. If I was a lawyer, I would have just wrote up and said, done, this is why you can't copyright this. But I don't have that knowledge. So I just was like, fine, I'll change it. So I changed it. So if you find my channel, I think there's a link on my page to my channel, but I accidentally, because I have my channel and then I have my main page and then I have a channel that's me. So on my channel, on my main page, you'll probably click on it and find my channel. If it'll make sense. And I accidentally started to stream to my channel, so now I'm just there. But it runs a little behind even YouTube. So YouTube has a 10-second delay between what I say and what you guys say. But Rumble's a little bit behind that even. Yeah. And there's a lot of big people that have gone. Some have just gone to Rumble exclusively. And are doing great over there. They don't care about me at this point in time, but maybe one day they'll offer me a contract. They'll be like, just shut up, we'll give you one. Yeah, like I said, I stream to both. Right now, I usually have at least one other person because it's going to say there's one person there. That's because I have my it going so I can see it. But I used to get if you play like a body cam video or anything with lights flashing, like police lights flashing, you'll get a lot of people to stop by. I've lost my cursor. I see you. You're over here. I swear, I am only drinking water.
You understand the fundamentals of medical privilege?
Yeah.
And would I be correct that you would understand that if a third party overhears an interaction with you and a person you're interacting with in your profession, whether it's recorded or not, if it's heard by a third party, that pierces the privilege.
Yes.
So did you know, I can't remember, my fault. Did you say you did or did not know that one or both of the COs present with you that were activated?
I did not know.
But you knew they were there.
Yes.
And didn't one
Yes,
of them
Hamilton,
actually,
it is easy
a
to
male
use.
and a female?
Yes.
And by the way, have you had a chance to review, to refresh your recollection for your testimony today, the body camera at issue?
No.
And is it your recollection that I think it was the male corrections officer actually entered the cell and stood fairly close to Mr. Doerman?
I don't recall.
Fair to say, though, overall, you knew they were within earshot.
Yes.
And I think in response to one of the questions on direct, you don't do your mental health screening for every incoming inmate in that facility. Is that fair? There are subsets of folks, I think you click some of them off, people maybe who have been arrested a couple of times in the fairly recent past, maybe have a self-reported history of mental health, correct?
Correct.
So if those types of folks are low-end offenders, you may interact with them and conduct your mental health screening, even though it's not a aggravated or serious offense.
Correct.
Conversely, is it routine for every incoming inmate charged with serious offenses for you to screen them? That's a bad question.
Most of them, yes.
And so not all, but most of the serious, by serious, be fair to call that also high-end felonies.
Correct.
Okay, so most but not all.
Correct.
Who determines the most but not all?
I don't know if they have a start date for it
Typically,
yet.
those are those
Gabby.
individuals that get out on bond very quickly. So
I'd say
if
it
they're in
might
So
be a
there,
even
while.
if it's like a homicide or a very serious felony offense, the ones that get out quickly, you wouldn't have a chance to interact with them.
correct.
But if they're in there on, say, for example, a homicide case.
A homicide?
All inmates accused of a homicide.
Yes.
And when they're not being held in the booking, you interview them in the medical suite or the classroom.
Those would be in the medical suite.
And in the medical suite, I think in the classroom, you indicated that's a one-on-one,
Mm-hmm.
right? And I think and I've been there with another client. So a room, and the room is subject to the eye in the sky security camera. You know that's there, right?
Yes.
And the inmate is the inmate when you do the one-on-one shackle.
Not in the classroom.
How about with the medical suite when you're interacting with the inmate to do your screening in the medical suite? Is there a corrections officer?
Yes, Hamilton.
in
It's the
earshot of
same.
that interaction?
Yes.
Same logo. It's like
Does any
have
of
the
this-
same logo
these
thing on it.
protocols you've described both now with me and before on direct, have they changed recently?
No.
when you're in the medical suite, give us a feel, give the record a feel, if you can, by reference to this courtroom. How big of an area is that?
Don't feel the records,
Half,
people.
third, more, bigger than?
You might get in trouble.
Probably half.
And when you're interacting to do a screening with a inmate in that setting, are they shackled?
Depending on their classification and security level.
Which, is it correct to say that their classification and security level is in some significant part a function of their charges?
I don't know how they classify and determine the security level of the individuals.
Well, let me swing back to something when you mentioned bond a moment ago, and I think I got my own mind sidetracked. Do you conduct a mental health screen on every inmate who is arrested and incarcerated on a homicide who is not released on bond?
Yes.
And there are some inmates who you follow up with. In other words, you do more than just an initial screen.
Yes.
For example, to provide your professional input on their level 1, level 2.
Correct.
I mean, it may be a very simple way, at least by my term, to determine if they can be permitted to get out of that suicide suit and into regular inmate clothing.
That is correct.
Suicide suit, also known as a pickle suit.
Correct.
Or self-delete suit,
Kind of a
sir.
heavy,
Watch
I
our
mean, how would you
language.
describe it? It's Velcro. What's its main purpose? Let me just ask you to put that in the record.
It's inmate that's tear-proof. They can't tear a string off of it.
To hang themselves.
To hang
They can't strangle
themselves.
themselves. Yeah, it's thick and has Velcro, and
Right.
there's just no way to strangulate yourself with it.
Correct.
And then eventually, many inmates who are put into the so-called suicide suit initially, eventually are assessed such that they no longer need to be in that suicide suit.
Correct.
Now here, when you saw Mr. Doerman, you saw him on June 16th of 2023.
Correct.
And I know you mentioned you didn't go back, or I'm not judging you for, I'm just observing, you didn't go back and look at that body cam. But if the body cam indicates that your encounter with Mr. Doerman occurred around 1:30, 1:33 or so, early afternoon, would that be consistent with your recollection?
Yes.
By that time, some other persons inside the jail organization, the chain of command, had already decided Mr. Doerman needed to be at that time in the suicide suit.
Correct.
Do you?
Well, in case you guys aren't hungry enough, when Carmen worked at she was a corrections officer, she was telling me one time they had to do training and it's called a burrito. And I'm like, nope, I can already just tell. I would never, ever, ever want to be in the burrito because that sounds horrible. Yeah, that's the glitch today is not me, except for when it decides to slow down or whatever. But yeah, those 90s music glitches are not me. But yeah, I don't want to be in a burrito. I can only imagine it wraps you completely up so you cannot move. No thanks.
And he had been processed into the jail. If you know, do you know that was earlier the evening before?
I do not know that.
Do you know when he had actually been processed into
Too claustrophobic.
No.
Do you know whether by the time you met with him about
Much
1:30
tea.
in the afternoon on the 16th of June, he had already made his first appearance in court?
Yes.
I'll leave the last part of that
How
off.
do you know that? Do you go out of your way to acquire that before you interview, or just general knowledge?
Just general knowledge.
I mean, it's a high profile case. There's a lot of media coverage on Mr. Doerman's case initially, correct?
Correct.
So you knew that that morning he had had his first formal court appearance in front of the county court judge to have a bond set pre-indictment. Is that fair?
Yes.
So by the time you saw him, he's in the suicide suit. He's in the booking area of the jail.
All right. Sorry, guys. Hamilton, that's probably true unless you have a YouTube. Oh, freaking lost my cursor again. So unless you have YouTube Premium that you have to pay for monthly, that you can play YouTube in the background, like shut your phone off and play YouTube in the background. Well, even then, I don't think you could be on YouTube and Rumble at the same time because I'm on my computer. So obviously I just have my tabs open. But yeah, you cannot be both. To be one or the other. Unless you're on your computer. But I know you're on your phone because you're throwing it. Not today, though.
And just again, for the record, because if somebody reads this record someday, they probably, some won't be familiar with that jail, but there is in that jail what I think we could broadly call, and we are calling the booking area, correct?
Correct.
And it's kind of a long, narrow rectangle with a high counter on the, if you're walking down to the end of the hall, there's a high counter on the left with staffed by sheriff deputies, corrections officers, right?
Correct.
And there are cells as well along the right-hand wall and towards the end of that hallway. Is that correct?
Correct.
And is it your understanding, if you know, that some inmates are housed permanently in the cells in the booking area?
Yes.
Do you happen to know that is Mr. Doerman's situation?
Yes.
So he was, for example, today he'll go back into that jail and put in a booking cell in the booking area, not because they're booking him in, because that's where they have housed him and placed him for whatever reasons the sheriff decided.
Correct.
So, and his cell was down at the end of that hallway.
Not at that time.
What? Does this have anything to... Is this because of the HIPAA violation?
That cell, by the way, and again, to help clarify for record purposes, can you reference an area in this courtroom that is roughly approximate to the size of the inside of that cell? Is it twice as big as that witness box you're in? Bigger than twice?
I would say it's, I really have no idea, but maybe twice as big.
3 times?
Twice as
Can I
big.
suggest something here?
Yes.
The record needs some eyes, so we're discussing this bigger than the courtroom, half the size of the courtroom. No one can see this, and so the cell seems to be an issue. Can you estimate the approximate size of the cell? 8 by 10, 9 by 12, 13 by 14, something along those lines.
I'd say no, because I'm horrible at that.
Probably
Witness
9 by
chairs
12.
about 4 by 4, maybe.
Probably 9 by 12.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Judge. It's a good correction.
I'd be like, Judge, 9 by 4 sounds good.
There's a kind of a concrete bench, a cat that serves as the bed. Is that your recollection?
Yes.
It's not like a freestanding piece of furniture. It's kind of an L-shaped bench with a sleeping pad on it. Mr. Doerman was when he saw it.
Yes.
And was he cuffed or chained up in any way, shape, or form?
No.
Did he take any aggressive action of any kind?
No.
So, for security purposes, this was a medical intervention. Right? We talked to the man about his medical history, his current medical situation.
Mental health, yes.
Yeah, mental health. So, mental health professionals are covered by the medical, broadly speaking, the doctor-patient.
Right.
So here, did you ask the CO who actually entered that relatively small cell not to do that?
No.
Did you question either of the COs, I think female, male, whether their body cams were rolling at the time?
No.
When you responded, Mr. Clay, that the answers he seemed to give you were appropriate, do you have any personal knowledge, professional knowledge?
I don't know, Hamilton. I just...
No.
They said that.
You, like many mental health professionals, and especially if I front end of these kind of screening. You're not taking a deep dive into somebody's mental health history. You're just asking basic protocol questions that are routine.
Correct.
So whether or not you're receiving accurate information about prior mental health status that's all purely self-reported.
Correct.
Self-reported as opposed to you didn't go research or get a third party to ascertain its accuracy.
Correct.
And you wouldn't normally in this kind of situation.
No.
In your experiences, in your career.
Hang on. I remember because Roseanne made a comment too. This is the HIPAA violation would have been when they, I think maybe her, interviewed him in the door of his cell instead of interviewing him alone, I guess. That would have violated his HIPAA. Yes. Yes, Stormy. That they would have violated it because other people could hear. Because I remember, because Roseanne said there's no way she would have done that alone, being a nurse. And I don't think she has to. I don't think that she should have to any more than Roseanne should have to in the ER. She probably is about to bite his ankles because she wants some chicken. He's making me want some chicken.
Whether with inmate population or otherwise, would it be fair to say you've encountered people whose initial self-reporting seems to be accurate and you
Correct.
learn later
You
on
think so?
it was not
Yes.
accurate.
Yes.
And sometimes that's because of malingering,
Yes.
meaning they were faking it, they were lying to a mental health professional, right?
Correct.
And sometimes it's because at those first interactions, they might have been in a state of mental health, acute mental health, something or other, some sort of, maybe not a full psychosis, but something was interfering at that moment of time with their ability to accurately report.
Yes.
And you don't know one way or another whether that was happening with Mr. Doerman.
Correct.
He was calm in the circumstances.
Yes.
Was it a flat affect?
I don't recall.
In flat affect, that's sort of a term of the trade for mental health, right?
Correct.
Can you just tell us what do you understand that to mean?
What do I understand flat affect
Yeah, I mean,
mean?
why do people in your profession, why do you note that one way or the other?
He's not, somebody that has a flat affect is not expressing any fluctuation in emotion in their voice. You know, it's kind of very monotone.
Which, if I'm
Yeah,
correct, that can be an external manifestation, a sort of a demeanor manifestation or an alert to you as a mental health professional. Something might be going on.
Correct.
Something going on in terms of mental health maladies or an acute situation or a chronic situation.
Correct.
I don't know if it was because other inmates could hear it or just other people in general could hear the evaluation. I'm not sure.
In the sense that at the time you first interacted with Mr. Doerman, he wasn't in that cell at the long end of the rectangle. Do you remember which one he was? Which cell he was in?
He was directly across from the booking desk. I can't tell you exactly which cell he was in.
So when that door opened and you stood there, your back was to the booking desk.
Correct.
Now, how about that distance? Is that the distance again, more than the width of the witness box? The width of the hallway is what I'm asking.
Probably 6 feet.
And in addition to the male, well, if the video indicates a male CO had walked into that cell, I trust the video is speaking for itself.
Right.
But you do remember who female definition.
Yes.
And they stood behind you closer to the counter of that elevated, the counter booking area is an elevated counter, right?
Correct.
If you're standing on the floor in front of it, for most people, it's up above the mid chest, top of the counter.
Yes. Correct.
When you were in, can you get an approximation that there is a rough percentage of your screening interactions with inmates that have occurred in the booking area? Is it common, rare?
Probably more rare.
And are you familiar with the quote, the booking process at the jail, what that means in terms of their jobs?
No.
I think you've agreed that your recollection is your interaction with Mr. Doerman did occur early afternoon on that Friday.
Correct.
16, and that you just knew through maybe media or just general community knowledge he had been in court earlier that day.
Correct.
So it'd be fair to say you knew by the time you saw him there in a cell with a pickle suit on, having already been to court, he had been processed into that jail already.
Correct.
So, okay.
One moment, if I may, Judge.
I think his issue is because it took place right by the booking desk, which could have a ton of people there being able to hear his stuff, and it wasn't in a more private area. I think it's I think that's might be what he's saying. So I could kind of see that one, because anybody coming in then could hear his medical information.
To your knowledge, when you're in that North Block classroom, is that a closed circuit security camera system to your knowledge? Well, let me ask it more directly. Do you know whether it has an audio pickup?
I do not.
How about in the medical suite, when you're interacting with the inmate in that area, do you know whether or not you're being audio or video recorded?
No, I don't.
And here recently, since late summer, early fall of 2023, to your knowledge, have changes been made so that your interactions with your screening interactions, professional interactions with inmates are not recorded by corrections officers' body cameras?
I know Major Berger sent out an email stating that they should not be recorded.
And that was after.
Your Honor, I'd object.
Overruled. I'll let her answer the question.
And that was after your interaction with Mr. Doerman?
Yes.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Can you redirect? All right. Thank you, Ms. Butcher. You can be excused.
Thank you.
Blonde lady didn't look happy there, did she? Ugh, this piece of hair. We don't need to keep focusing on him. It's all good.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. Can you please state your name and spell both your first and last name for the record?
Melissa Schmees, Schmees.
And can you spell your first name too for us?
Melissa.
And how are you currently employed?
Claremont County Jail,
And what is your assignment?
jail supervisor, corporal.
Corporal. And how long have you been a corporal with the Claremont County Jail?
Approximately 20 years.
And what are your duties as a corporal with the Claremont County Jail?
Oversee daily operations, ensure manpower, staffing, policy and procedures followed throughout the shift.
And I believe you indicated you're a supervisor?
Correct.
Okay. What does that mean? Like, what's your role?
Oversee the officers, ensure officers are fulfilling their duties.
How many officers do you oversee?
Approximately any given day between 18 to 20.
Have you ever heard the term first line supervisor?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Some refer to the corporals as the first line supervisor. The corporals and the sergeants groups, some refer to us as that.
And do you, the officers that you supervise, do they work in a particular area of the jail?
They're given daily assignments so they can rotate throughout the day.
Okay.
Some days they might work booking, some days they might work housing units.
Okay. And so are you always in a specific area of the jail as part of your duties?
No, myself and one of the other supervisors, we rotate.
Okay. So do you also rotate between booking and housing?
Correct.
And are you a sworn officer?
We're administrative supervisors sworn by the sheriff to serve paperwork, but I'm not a sworn officer of the law.
Okay. So you do not have arrest powers?
Correct.
All right. And as a supervisor, do you work a specific shift?
Generally 7A to 7P.
All right. And is that 5 days a week, or how does that work?
We work rotating schedules. We work 2, off 2, work 3, off 2.
Okay. So the days that you're actually in the jail kind of change every single week?
Correct.
Okay. And when you're on duty, do you wear a uniform?
Yes.
And is it the uniform that you're currently
correct
dressed in? So it's very much like a road patrol deputy's uniforms with slight modifications. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
What would those modifications be?
We have the gray BDU pants, more of a BDU style t-shirt instead of the dress shirts.
And do you wear like a gun belt, a radio, or anything like that?
We have a radio, and supervisors have body cameras.
Okay.
And some line officers have body cameras.
Okay. So are you, as a supervisor, when you work, do you have a body worn camera?
Yes.
Is that functioning at all times?
We record on critical incidents, fights, other incidents in the blocks. It all varies.
Okay. So your body worn camera does not run like 24/7. It has to be activated by you.
Correct.
Okay. How do you activate it?
There's a button in the center and you click
I
it.
don't know why that made me laugh. So
And then once you click that, it runs until you turn it off.
Correct.
Stormy coming in underneath.
Now, because you're a supervisor in
me over the edge.
the booking area, is booking the process? Is that what you call the process when someone's brought into the jail and all the steps that are followed to secure
Correct.
them in jail? Okay. Can you describe the area known as the booking area?
There's 3 large holding cells. When you come in, if you're at the booking counter, you look straight ahead, you have the 2 doors for intake. To the left of those doors, you have a large holding cell on the right, a large holding cell on the left, 3 individual single cells on the left. To the right of the incoming booking area, you have 2 single holding cells. At the end of the counter, there's a hallway, and then you have another large holding cell.
And what happens in the large holding cells? What are those for?
Generally speaking, it's where inmates come in, approximately when they come in to be processed, we put them in all the holding cell together. We get them, that's where we prep court. When the court's getting ready to go out to court, we belt them, shackle them, and we use them in the holding cells.
Okay. So the large holding cells are kind of used when a bunch of inmates are initially brought in until they're assigned a more permanent housing location.
Correct.
And then also for when you're preparing inmates for court.
Correct.
Now, the individual cells, you'll have to forgive me. How many individual cells did you say there were?
5.
Okay. And what are they used for?
We use them for intoxicated persons, juveniles if they've been bound over as an adult. We house them out in booking, segregated inmates, medical issues, or suicidal inmates.
And can you describe one of those individual cells?
I'll have to look into it, Hamilton, to make sure that I can.
To the right of where incoming persons come in, they have like a concrete slab. a half
Might be
wall,
okay.
and then lavatory facilities with the toilet and sink. And then the three on the left end, they have a metal bunk, a half wall, and the lavatory toilet sink area.
And starting with the ones on the right, how big are those cells?
I don't recall the exact dimensions.
Don't know the exact dimensions. Are they smaller than the cells on the left?
No, to me, they appear larger.
Okay. So the cells on the right are slightly larger than the cells on the left.
Correct.
But the cells on the left are the ones with the metal bunk and the lavatory
Correct.
facilities. Now, if an inmate is segregated and housed, would it be in the cells on the right or the left?
It varies. If we have them on suicide watch, we put them in the ones on the right, as that's considered direct supervision for the booking staff, because the counter's right in front of them, where we can keep watch on them 24/7. If they're segregated or because their age, medical issues, generally speaking, we put them on the ones on the left.
Okay. Now, we refer to the booking process. Can you tell us what the booking process is, generally speaking?
Upon intake, they're patted down, depending upon the charges. They're strip searched, or just, they make changes their clothing to our clothing. We process them through the body scanner. They come up to the counter, we pat them down again. They get processed into facility. Takes approximately 20, 25 minutes. We obtain all their personal information, photograph them, and fingerprint them depending upon the charges.
And is everyone essentially booked in with that same process?
Yes, unless they're intoxicated and they can't answer the questions for us.
Okay. And are there slight differences depending on the severity of the crime in terms of the booking process?
Depending upon the nature and emotional status, if it's someone's extremely emotional, there's a possibility they might be combative. We'll make sure there's no other inmates out, so there's not going to be an issue. But sometimes if they're upset with the arresting department, we'll give them a little bit of time to calm down. We'll bring them out and make sure there's no one around, so they realize they can calm down.
Okay. And are you familiar, or have you ever heard the terms level 1 or level 2, or just levels generally?
Yes.
Okay. Now, everyone that is brought in or processed into the jail, are they placed on levels?
No.
Okay. What is a level?
I'd
A
break
level one,
my arm
someone
if I
we
tried.
consider a risk of self-harm. Either it could be they've admitted to mental health issues where they've attempted self-harm in the past, but they're denying any current thoughts or recent attempts to self-harm. Level 2 is extreme self-harm, extreme watch with, we put them on a suicide gown, where they would do that because of their nature of their charges, severity of their charges. Could be because of their age. They would come in 18 years old from juvenile, never been in trouble, their emotional state. We have a pre-acceptance questionnaire. We ask minor questions about mental health, if they've ever hurt themselves, feel like they want to hurt themselves, so we can get a basic idea for the person.
Okay. So you indicated there are certain charges in which a person would essentially automatically be placed on level 2 upon being brought to the jail. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Now, a level 2 charge, would that include someone who's accused of aggravated murder in terms of killing their 3 kids?
Yes.
And so it would be automatic that he be placed on level 2. Is that right?
Yes.
Have you ever heard of the phrase pickle suit?
Yes.
What is that?
It's what some inmates, as well as corrections officers, refer to the suicide gown.
And when a suicide gown, what's the benefit of that?
It's something that you cannot tie, where you could be able to tie and hang yourself with.
Okay. So you can't tear it.
Right. You can't tear it. You can, if you were able to tie it, it's really lightly and it'll separate instantly, so you cannot hold weight to it to harm yourself.
And when an inmate is classified as level 2, are they automatically placed?
Might be a little poor.
Yes.
So again, is that decision based on the severity of the charges, any statements made to the arresting or booking officers, essentially?
Correct.
Now,
Okay, Gabrielle and Hamilton, I said that. But I said I'd have to check and make sure that I could. Gabrielle, you said you should do movies, and I said I would have to do that on Rumble. I guess we all said it. I don't care. You guys are killing. No, you're not. You're unaliving me again. Wow. I stopped her at a bad pause. That's the face you get when you've messed up in her jail. Yikes. I don't want to see it.
Were you employed in your current position as corporal with the jail on or about June 16th of 2023?
Yes,
And were you present, or do you know someone by the name of Renee Butcher?
yes,
And were you present when Ms. Butcher spoke with the defendant in this case?
yes.
Now, is it part of the standard process after someone has been admitted to the jail to have Ms. Butcher speak with them? And to your knowledge, who is, or what's Ms. Butcher's position?
Mental health liaison.
And so again, to your knowledge, what does she do with inmates who are on various levels?
She sees them regularly, makes sure that they're not a threat to themselves or someone else. If they have past mental health and are being treated for mental health, she'll follow up with their mental health providers to ensure that they get their medications regular, and they can keep on their care and treatment.
Okay. Now, when you were working on the 16th and Ms. Butcher had contact with the defendant in this case, did you accompany her to the defendant's cell for that contact?
Yes.
And why did you do that?
When inmates, when they're incarcerated, we ensure security, make sure not just the inmate's safe, but also the contract personnel, which Renee is.
Okay. And is that for every inmate, or does that change based on the severity of the offense?
They go into the cell and booking. Yes, we have an officer staying there. We have a medical officer assigned daily. So when inmates go to medical, the officer's in medical with them as well.
Okay. And when you accompany Ms. Butcher into a cell or near a cell for her to conduct an assessment, especially with an inmate who's charged with a severe crime, do you activate your body-worn camera?
Yes.
And why do you do that?
To ensure the safety of myself as well as the inmate, is mental health or medical, whoever's in there. And you said there was no accusations of anything physically being done to anyone.
And at any point in the course of your employment, do you instruct Ms. Butcher with what to say to inmates?
No.
Do you ever instruct her how to conduct her assessments?
No.
And based on your experience in the jail and with these assessments, was the defendant treated any differently due to his the accusations against him?
No.
When you do attend one of these assessments, do you write down what was said?
No.
This piece of hair.
Now, were you present on another occasion when the defendant called medical to his cell?
Yes.
And do you recall what he called medical for?
He was complaining of chest pains.
Do you recall who responded for that?
Nurse Griffin.
As in Meg?
When
Meg Griffin?
Inmate complains of some kind of medical
Griffin.
issue, such as
Griffin?
chest pain, what is the protocol?
I always forget.
We have to activate our body cam. We consider it a possible critical incident, just to ensure if the inmate needs to be transported to the hospital, we can give the hospital all documentation so they can see what their complaints were.
And have you ever had inmates who kind of fake a medical emergency that cause an issue?
Say yes, we know.
Or fake a medical
They
emergency
do.
to get out of the jail?
Not that I can recall.
Oh, come on. They
And
do.
since it's your policy to activate your body-worn camera in case it's a critical incident, did you activate it in the situation where the defendant was complaining of chest pain?
Yes.
And did you accompany Nurse Griffin into the cell just to make sure that you reported
Yes.
anything that possibly could have been a critical incident?
Yes.
And again, did you speak with the nurse in terms of telling her how to conduct her medical treatment of the defendant?
No.
And did you ask the nurse to ask any specific questions about the allegations against Mr. Doerman?
No.
And to your knowledge, did the nurse ask any questions that were not relevant to medical treatment?
No.
Or swing them around by their braids like she did that little girl.
And at any point, to your knowledge, whether it was based on the assessment by Ms. Butcher or the medical treatment provided by Nurse Griffin, was the defendant hospitalized?
That was your first clue.
And both of your interactions were filmed on body-worn camera and in their entirety. Is that correct?
Correct.
What is going on? with my hair today. And sorry to be such a girl.
Cross-examination?
Deputy. So the body worn camera that you were wearing that day, when you switch it on, there's not like a light or anything that shows to the person other than you. Nobody knows it's on, right?
There's a red light and it beeps.
Does it beeps when you turn it on?
It'll have a small beep. I usually keep mine turned up all the way so I can hear it.
And where's the red light?
Towards right in the center.
Okay. So you did not review with either Nurse Griffin or Renee Butcher that you were recording though, is that right?
Correct.
You didn't say I'm going to be recording this.
I don't recall exactly what I said. If I said anything, I don't recall.
All right. And did I understand you correctly? When you do that body worn camera, first of all, can it be video only? The sound
Yes.
can be off, right?
Yes.
Okay. But in this instance, the sound and the video were recording, correct?
Correct.
Right. And so when we see the start of the video, that's obviously when you just turned it on, right?
It records back to 30 seconds before I hit the start button.
Okay.
So like it'll show 30 seconds beforehand where there's no audio, and once I hit it, then that's when the audio kicks.
All right. So it might have started back when you were at your desk on booking before you went into the cell with Ms. Butcher or with Nurse Griffin, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you certainly didn't tell Mr. Doerman you were recording the conversation going on in there, right? Either one of them.
Not that I can recall.
Okay. Now, whose idea was it for you to record these conversations?
We're instructed to record on all critical incidences or possible high profile to ensure the safety of each individual.
Okay. So was it your idea that day, or did somebody instruct you to do it?
We've been instructed in the past to do this in the past. Classes that recorded, and that's what we've done for several years.
Okay. Then on this case, this situation particularly, nobody told you to do it. It was you decided to do it because you thought it was part of that policy.
Correct. With past procedures.
Okay. That is no longer the procedure in the jail, is that right?
Correct.
And did you become aware of the fact that the jail administrator, Major Berger, was unaware
Seriously?
that was going on?
I'll let her answer the question.
I was not aware of what Major Berger knew or did not know.
Okay. And just so I understand, was this a written policy or was this just something that you knew?
It was verbal instructions, and I believe we've had issues sent to us in email to state that when we were to activate our cameras.
Okay. And that's when it's a high profile case, is that what you're saying?
And critical incidents, and support calls.
Okay. Because you understood that these conversations, if you weren't there, I mean, it would normally be a privileged conversation that he'd be having with either his social worker or his nurse, correct?
No, because there would still be an officer present.
So do you not agree that sometimes inmates see Renee Butcher without an officer present?
Correct.
You agree with that?
There is occasions that does happen.
Okay. And you agree with the fact that they can see a nurse and talk about their medical problems without an officer overhearing it?
But that doesn't get you put in jail.
Nurses are always escorted, and inmates are always escorted to medical to be seen.
Okay. Are those always recorded?
Some are and some are not.
To your experience, when there's somebody listening, are you listening for evidentiary purposes so that it could be used in this case?
No.
Because that's our concern, you understand? Do you understand when you were doing that, Was there discussion about gathering evidence for use in this case?
Never to me, there was not.
I would
Do
say
you
you're
know
right.
Who
I wish Carmen was awake.
alerted the prosecutor so that it was sent to them?
No, I do not.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Now,
What's wrong with Jello?
when he saw Nurse Griffin for what was chest pains initially, right? The complaint.
Correct.
Okay. You actually did ask a question yourself of him. Do you recall that?
I asked how long he had the issues, because we've had inmates in the past that'll say they've had issues for a long time and don't bring it to our attention. So I wanted to make sure that he was seen properly and timely.
Okay. So you did ask that question.
Correct.
All right. The reason I'm asking is on the video, it's not, I think it's you, but I just want to make sure that was you. The
Yes,
only
I
other
believe it was.
female in there
Yes,
was Nurse Griffin, right?
correct.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, it's got to be truthful.
Oh. So when you came on shift that day, Mr. Doerman had already been fully admitted to the jail. Is that right?
As far as I believe.
Ms. James, is that the day of the chest pain or the day of the booking interview with?
I think that's the day of the booking, correct?
Oh, okay, all right.
The day of Renee Butcher talking to him.
As far as I believe, he was already processed all the way in.
Okay. Chronologically, I believe, tell me if you disagree, Renee Butcher's interview conversation with Mr. Doerman was on before he saw Nurse Griffin.
Correct.
And so when that first conversation with Renee Butcher took place, he had already been formally admitted, fully admitted to the jail, to your knowledge.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Deputy. You can be excused.
So, Roseanne, I think their issue with what they did is that they did this visit right by the booking desk and was asked, there was medical questions being asked
Amy Griffin?
by the booking desk, I think is what their problem is. And this is, I think, the nurse coming up. So I don't know necessarily that it was in there with them, but that where they were, I'm assuming, it's just kind of what I gathered from his questions, but they didn't tell me. And after that lawyer on his Miranda questionings, I didn't know if he's going to drop the hammer down on her too, like he did that guy. Look at her pretty pink nails. Yes. He's been busy.
Microphone's okay, doesn't need any adjusting, just talk loud.
Okay. All right, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your name and spell both your first and last name for the record?
Amy Griffin, AMYGRIFFIN.
And how are you employed, ma'am?
I work through Southern Health Partners, which is the medical part of the jail.
Okay. So you are employed by Southern Health Partners, not the Claremont County Jail?
Correct.
And in what capacity? Are you a doctor, a nurse?
I am a nurse.
And do you work a specific shift at the jail?
Primarily do day shift, but I do fill in for night sometimes also.
And what are the hours of day shift?
7A to 7P.
And as a nurse at the jail, what kind of things do you do?
They wouldn't book them separate,
Well,
but
we
they would
have,
keep them separate.
Two different areas. Basically, one is a sick call that stays at the medical office, and then we have the floor nurse who passes the medications and does the prescriptions and different things like that tasks that we do, yeah.
Okay. And so do you do each of those different responsibilities depending on the day?
Yes,
If that makes
So
sense.
you
Wendy.
have been both in the medical office and kind of out
and the floor nurse, yes.
the floor?
Yes.
Okay. Now, how do inmates come to see nurses at the jail?
Well, typically they fill out a sick call form, and then they're seen either that day or the next day, depending on what it is. Also, we have emergencies. The blocks will call and say, hey, somebody's, fallen, or there was a fight, or there's something else going on, and then they just bring them down. And then also we go to the cells sometimes.
Okay. And when you go to the cells, is that more of emergency situations?
Yes.
Okay. So do you ever go to cells just because someone says their stomach hurts or they're sick or?
No.
So when you do see an inmate, whether they come to you or you go to them, is there an assessment done, a medical assessment?
Yes.
Can you explain that process?
Sure. Well, depending on what the situation is, we get vital signs. If there's a certain area involved, we look at the area, we ask questions, where a specific pain is, how long has it been going on, and then we go from there as far as the treatment.
So all the questions you ask, are those medical questions?
Yes.
Do you ever ask questions about what the inmate's case is or the allegations pending against the inmate or anything along those
No.
lines? Are COs or jail staff ever telling you what to ask during the course of your medical
No.
assessment? When you indicate you take vitals, what kind of vitals do you take?
We do temperature, pulse, respirations, and blood pressures.
When there is a situation where you have to go to a cell because an inmate calls for something that's a little more emergent, is there a different protocol followed in those situations?
Typically, if we have to be called to the cell, if there's an emergency, the officers open the doors or their cells, go in first, and then we usually follow.
And is there ever a time where you're allowed to be alone with inmates?
Absolutely not.
So you always have to be accompanied by a CO at the jail?
Yes, whether it's giving somebody medications or doing an assessment, we absolutely are not to be alone with inmates.
And are you aware that COs, some have body worn cameras?
Some do, yeah.
Okay. And are you aware that there are situations where they activate those body worn cameras?
I don't know whether they do or don't unless someone specifically says my camera's on or I'm going live or something like that, but no. I wouldn't know by just looking at it whether it was on or off.
And was there a situation in which you were essentially summoned for medical treatment regarding chest pains of the defendant, Chad Doerman, in this case?
Yes.
Can you tell us about what happened?
Yes, they called me and said that this inmate was having chest pains, so I grabbed my stuff. I went to the cell. They opened the cell. He was sitting on the floor on a mat, and I just asked, what's going on? Where's your pain? Took his vital signs, and then you said, well, it's not really hurting anymore at this point. So then I said, well, if it comes back, just let us know, maybe do some deep breathing, because his vital signs were stable. They were fine. He didn't have any other issues that would make me believe that he was having like a cardiac issue. So I said, maybe some anxiety, take some deep breaths, and then that was it. And then I left.
Okay. And you indicated they opened the cell door and they entered. Whose day that you're talking
The COs go in before us.
Okay. And do you know on that occasion whether or not a body camera was activated? Was that a case where they said, hey, I'm activating my camera?
No.
So
I had
you
no
were
idea.
unaware?
I was not aware.
And had you been aware, would that have changed your assessment or the medical treatment? that you
No, not at all. We do the same assessments for everybody.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
So you didn't know and you didn't consent to the recording. You just didn't know about it, right?
Correct.
So is it impossible in your mind then for a patient to have a privileged conversation with someone, a medical person such as yourself?
Okay, so.
in the
if-
jail.
Okay.
Well, you said, as I understand it, that COs are always there when you're talking to an inmate.
Right.
So that's for all inmates.
Yes.
They never talk to you in private.
The inmates?
Yes.
No.
Okay. And that may be recorded at times and you not know it.
Correct.
Now, you know about HIPAA, right?
Yes.
And you know about Ohio's privilege statute, right?
Yes.
You know about patient, physician, and nurse patient privilege, right?
Yes.
So how do you reconcile those two things?
Well, it's just a safety issue for everyone involved that the officers have to be with us. It's a policy that we follow.
And is that a policy from, do you know where?
As far as I know, it's the jail policy. And our company also, we do in our trainings, it tells us also, we're not supposed to be with an inmate alone.
To your knowledge, is there any disclosure of the fact that what would otherwise be a privileged conversation may not be because of that policy? To the inmate patient.
I'm not real sure.
Okay.
I don't know.
Of whether the recording part of it is not taking place anymore when you're having your conversations with inmates in the jail?
I have no idea what's going on with the cameras. My job is specifically to go take care of the patient. Doesn't matter who it is, what it is. It's just we follow. I would do the same thing for anybody.
Okay.
And I don't really pay attention to the officers, and they don't typically talk to us. They just let us come in, do our assessments, and then we go.
So have you ever talked to any of the officers about, you're hearing some things here that might be medically privileged. You really shouldn't listen to this. You shouldn't disclose this to anybody. Have you ever had any kind of conversations like that?
I have not.
Thank you.
Redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. You can be excused, Ms. Griffin. Thank you.
Thank you.
And he did, Roseanne.
Any additional witnesses?
State has no further witnesses, Your Honor, at this time.
In the little thumb drive that I have with the exhibit list, all of these are on this thumb drive, and these are to be admitted, correct?
Correct.
Now, we have one additional stipulation to offer.
Okay.
And that is that there are other body worn cameras that would indicate that the booking process at that jail began for Mr. Doerman on June 15th, 2023 at 9:06 and a half p.m.
Approximately 9 p.m.
It was military time. It was.
Is that on this thumb drive?
No.
I think we're just stipulating to the time the booking process began, Your Honor, not
Okay.
to the actual video. But we agree that the booking process began June 15th, 2023 at approximately 9 to 6 p.m.
The military time on that was 21:06:33.
Correct.
And then on this thumb drive that I've been given, we'll have the interview interrogation by Detective Ross. It'll have the body worn cameras of Deputy Popham and Deputy Rudd.
Correct.
And it will also have the body worn camera that I guess Corporal Schmies had in the booking initially, and then this last one with Nurse Griffin.
Correct.
And those are the ones that are primarily at issue regarding the motion.
Correct.
And that's correct, Mr.
That
Moore?
is correct. And I think you might have said, well, trying to find the state's chart that flash drive also has Exhibit 3, which is this PDF of Detective Ross's.
The card.
Correct.
Right.
And that is all stipulated in the agreement.
Okay.
As actually admissible for this.
And then any testimony on behalf of the defense at this time?
No.
All right. So you essentially rest as well.
Indeed.
And as we had discussed just when we were trying to reschedule this back when Mr. Myers was detained, Ms. Barron was pretty sick. We're going to have you submit written summations, if you would. You can present it a week thereafter. I think it's be the 20. I think the
Oh, we didn't get to hear him
28th of
pour it.
February, and then March 7th, somewhere around there. And there are a couple of things. One, there was an Ohio Supreme Court decision just this morning, state versus, it's in re TDS, and it was just issued today. It's 24 slip opinion, 2024 Ohio 595. It involves a juvenile situation, but it covers a number of the issues that have been raised, primarily regarding appropriate Miranda warnings, knowingly, intelligently waiving Miranda warnings, potentially coercive statements that were not voluntary. There are significant differences in the results of a motion to suppress based upon Miranda warnings versus a motion to suppress that the defendant's statements were involuntary. So take a look at that. It's not exactly on point, but there's some, I think, some significant law that was just announced today that certainly could be very applicable to this. As I say, this is just today, so it's obviously the most current Supreme Court decision regarding this matter. I also would like to have some more detailed citations on the medical issues, this privacy issue, this interplay of HIPAA, and there's been repeated cross-examinations about privileged statements by healthcare providers. But I would also like to know what the arguments are as to the level of privacy an inmate can expect and when he is incarcerated. And does HIPAA provide, and if these are violations of Ohio statutes regarding privacy, if they are applicable to an inmate that is in jail, and as Nurse Griffin indicated, there's significant security issues that are always involved. So I'd like to hear about that. I'd like to know if there's any law that says a violation of HIPAA rises to a constitutional violation of the defendant's rights, such that they should be suppressed, much like a violation of Miranda. And again, the privacy arguments here kind of dovetail with what privacy, the expectation of privacy in particular, an inmate may have at any time while he's incarcerated, given the overall circumstances where he is. And I realize that I think the law is clear. They don't surrender all of their privacy rights when they walk through a jail door. But I also think the law is pretty clear that there are significant limitations on their expectations of privacy that could be at play here, particularly the interviews with the body cams of Deputy Schmees, and then in the booking area with, and also with Nurse Griffin. So with that said, we'll adjourn for the day. I'll take the matter under advisement once the final memorandum has been filed. I'm not going to, we're not going to convene a hearing on that. I'll take that under advisement based upon the briefs, and we'll move forward. Anything else on behalf of the state?
No, Your Honor, thank
On
you.
behalf of Mr. Doerman?
No.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Vicky.
You're welcome.
All righty. Well, right, Roseanne. They're not going to go in there by themselves. That would be ridiculous. That nobody would go. I don't, yeah, that argument, I don't think they're going to get very far with. The One that they did not read all of the Miranda warnings. I don't know about that one. Obviously, I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know. All right, let me check this. Nope. Hang on. I about just messed up the whole entire stream. I know that's hard for you guys to believe. Let me drag this over here so I can still see your guys' lovely chat. But let me check this court thing here again real quick, see if they've updated for Monday. I just need them to put the docket up. That's it. It's not hard. Just type it up. Also, if you're here and you haven't already, please hit that like button and subscribe. All that fun stuff. Nope, still just to the 23rd. All right, I will keep checking. I don't see, like, this week he didn't have anybody scheduled at 8:30 for sentencing, but he did have a jury trial. Which, had he been live, like had his channel going, I would have watched it. But he didn't. Yeah. That we were kind of giving him crap about, just sit down, you're not asking any questions, and then he did. He brought the hammer down on that. So, I don't know. Yeah, me too. Because we all get hit with it one way or another. So he's never ever responded to my emails. So whatever. He's missed out on great chat and great time and great advice that we had for him. I haven't checked on anything else because when I checked earlier this week, it was just still the hearing on the 11th. So I don't think that one will be anything because I think he's even asked to come into that one by Zoom, and I think that was approved. So I don't look for anything to happen there. And then after March 11th, we'll just need to check. I'll check back and see if they have a trial date yet. And then when I'm sure Court TV or somebody will pick it up if they televise it. I thought, but I guess I'm wrong. I thought Florida passed a law that they had to televise the trials. But I mean, obviously they don't televise every single trial down there, but they televise a ton of them. So I don't know about that for sure. So I'm hoping that judge does not decide to not televise it. Don't know what it would gain anybody, except we couldn't see the state's shenanigans that they pulled at the end of the last one. So unless there's another one starting that I haven't seen, I think next week I might do the trial. I've been telling you guys about a trial that is out of Wisconsin that was done back in 21, but it wasn't on Court TV or Law and Crime. And it's a 15-year-old girl who was unalived by her boyfriend that she had for 10 months and was trying to get away from. They were both in high school together. I listened to opening statements. The audio was really good. Yes, Paul on Monday, no matter what time, but that I don't think will take very long. So I'm probably going to do this other trial. The bad thing that I was trying to, because the audio is really good. So far, everybody has taken their mask off because that's back in the time of it's 21. So people were still wearing those all the time. I fast forward through to get to a witness because I wanted to make sure the audio stayed okay on it. And my least favorite prosecutor in the world is prosecuting this case. He wasn't the one that did the opening, so I didn't think he was involved. So I see my anger come out with him because he is one of the main prosecutors that gave me a bad taste for prosecutors. So that being said, I have said repeatedly, we have had good prosecutors the last few cases we have watched, trials we have watched. I have no problems. But this trial seems really interesting, very sad. She did not survive. He also tried to take her mom out as well because he was blaming her for what was happening. She somehow survived. But the 15-year-old girl did not. So I think we'll do that Monday. I think we don't have to worry about a verdict coming out on a Thursday. I told Karma, I was like, the last 3 verdicts have come out on Thursday, I think. And then we'll either do Paul's at 8:30 or we'll jump off. We'll start at 10:30 as normal. And then if his is at 1:30 like hers was, then we'll stop the stream, jump off, do that one, and then just I'll restart the stream back up and we'll go on with that trial. But I think you guys will find it interesting. So far, the opening statement by the prosecutor, not the one I don't like, but the one I thought was going to be trying the case, was really good and very detailed of this is what we're going to lay out for you. And there was a ton of information. It's just, it's sad. And I don't know. I think I'm not going to go into too much of my personal stuff on here, but I can relate to it. Been in that girl's shoes, not as bad as she was, obviously, because I'm still here. So I think that's why I want to watch it so much, because I get it. So well, some people would say that I was. I have been yelled at because I said bad things about prosecutors. So I've also said good things about prosecutors. I've said a lot of good things about prosecutors lately, and I haven't said anything bad except for what they tried to do at the very end of the Tucker case in that trial, and that was wrong of them to try to get that, oh, your wife's a millionaire, you paid Paula off. Wrong, no evidence. The prosecutor that I don't like is Michael Gray. I hate to even say it. I'm not going to Wisconsin anytime soon, and I definitely am never going to Kenosha. It's Michael Gravely. And the reason I don't like him, well, there's 2 trials. One I'm not going to say because it's very politically charged and people are very on either side. He did not try it, but his assistant did and walked right up to the line of violating somebody's Fifth Amendment right to remain silent, got yelled at. The whole trial was just kind of I've been on here it was a shit show. It was bad. I didn't like it. But then I watched another trial where the evidence against it. So I don't know if you have seen, because I don't know who you guys follow. If you guys have seen anything about the Zachariah Anderson case, he tried that one. There is no evidence in that case that Zachariah Anderson did anything. It was bad police work. And the police got tunnel vision. Generally, if you watch the shows, like I'm always watching true crime shows. The first person to report the crime or the person closest to the victim is the person who gets investigated first, right? The woman who was seeing him was Zachariah's ex. they were in a custody dispute. They were getting ready to go to court. She's seeing this guy who we assume is unalived. There is no body. There's nothing. He's never been found. He just disappeared. She's been seeing him for like 3 weeks, and throughout the trial you find out he's not like as into her as she is into him. He's got several baby mamas who he owes a lot of child support to. He owes a good friend of his who also gets involved, and he owes him money. But only seeing him a few times over a 3-week period, she just gets so worried about him one night that because he doesn't text her back. And so she goes over to his apartment, this guy that is supposedly unalived, the next morning because she's just so worried. And she finds like his sliding glass door was open. Like she finds some stuff. She calls the police. She immediately names Zachary Anderson. And they just went, that's where it is. There's no proof of him ever going to that apartment. There is no proof he was in that apartment. He's not a big guy. The guy that they're saying is unalived weighed 263 pounds at the time. They're saying that he goes in, unalives him. There's hardly any blood in the apartment, which when the prosecutor is describing it, it's like, oh, it's like just a bloody crime scene. Like you think you're going to see something out of the movie The Shining. If you've ever seen the original one with Jack Nicholson, the elevator doors are opening and just red stuff's coming down the hall. Yeah. Yep. He's horrible. So they take Sadie is her name. They take her word. They take Michael Campbell's word that it's Zach. And the DNA was not DNA. They had DNA experts arguing about if it was DNA. There wasn't enough to test. There was for this huge bloody crime scene, which wasn't, for him being able to roll this 263-pound man up in a area rug, which those are heavy than by themselves, carry him out of this apartment with nobody seeing this, with his backpack, putting him in his van, and then getting rid of him where nobody has been able to find him and not leave a trace is ridiculous. He's not caught on because he was sleeping. Zach says, I was home sleeping during the time that this supposedly happened because his phone wasn't moving. Well, they said, well, you left your phone at home so it wouldn't track you while you were driving over there to commit the crime. Well, he's not caught on any cameras of a gas station, a store, traffic cams, nothing catches him. Well, they said, well, you took a different route. Well, that route would have added so much time that it doesn't fit their timeline then. There was 2 beer bottles in Mr. Gutierrez's apartment, who was the one that was supposedly unalived. They did not DNA test either one of them. So he obviously had somebody there. His mother lived in Colorado. She comes to clean out his apartment. She finds his cell phone and credit cards in the freezer. The police did not, but she did. Outside of his door, there's blood outside of the door to his apartment. Well, there's mailboxes right there. And it's the time of COVID. Everybody's home. Nobody noticed that because there wasn't a lot. It kind of looked like soy sauce. Like there wasn't, this bloody crime scene did not exist. But the police say that he did that Zach did it. They say that he went to Walmart and because he was Googling when does Walmart open. He's construction. He was demoing a house. And he went to Walmart during COVID and bought Clorox wipes and trash bags and gloves. So now you've got an unaliving kit there. It even the woman, and then they were saying like he cut the carpet out of the back of the van because it had blood all over it. The woman who he was working for at that time said no. She was on the stand, said no, that never happened. There was never carpet back there. So it was so bad. And when I talk about, if you've ever heard me talk about not following a narrative, I'll tell you guys, I don't watch the news. I don't watch court TV. I don't watch Law and Crime. So you guys come up with a lot of stuff that I haven't seen because I don't watch it. Their narrative the whole time, they even titled it Obsessed Ex-Boyfriend Murder Trial. The channel I was watching it on at the time, that's what they titled it when they started streaming it. And then they changed it we kind of got going into it because it's like, this is not happening. And if you've ever been stalked by anybody, you could listen to this and know that that wasn't happening. And like I kind of told you, this trial and this other trial, I can relate to it. I was in a bad relationship for 3 years when I was in high school. Didn't have social media, didn't have cell phones. I didn't have to worry about any of that stuff. Took me 3 years to get out and get away because I had a stalker. And I can tell you what I went through and what they're saying he did, absolutely not. Absolutely. There was nothing there that said he was stalking his ex-girlfriend. They were they were getting ready to go to court for custody of their kids. She has shady text messages with the guy that disappeared or is unalived, don't know, and her friend said, you're not going to know when it's set to happen. You're not going to know when. I'll call you. I'll text you when it's done. Within a week, that guy disappears. So and I will absolutely, if you guys have not seen that one, I will absolutely stream it. I will be pissed the whole time, but I will do it because this guy was put away for life with nothing except Court TV calling him an obsessed ex-boyfriend, Law and Crime, the media there in Kenosha, all just fall in line with this DA, and the narrative just gets put out there. And he was convicted before he ever even went to trial. His brother and his sister actually ended up in the chat of the channel that I was watching it on. And the guy, he vetted them. So, oh yeah, he's still in jail for the rest of his life. Unless these guys are working really, really hard to get him an appeal, to get him out, because they had nothing. The DNA that they said they had was a pinprick, and the DNA experts could not even agree that it was blood. One said it was blood-like substance. The other guy's like, no, there's nothing there for me to test to know what it is or who it belongs to. The police had been in there. That's why I think I made the comment, they need to do more about touch DNA, because the police had been at the apartment and then now they're in this van. I agree with you to a point, Roseanne. 1, the appeal process takes years. 2, it's really hard to get a jury verdict overturned. And it's really expensive. Gabby, you asked me where I find my stuff at. So I keep an eye obviously on court TV and law and crimes channels and just see what's coming up. But I will just go search other just weird news channels that I can find. Well, they're not weird. They're not local to me. And just sometimes it just pops up. That's what happened with Shonda. She just popped up. So I'll just go and type in, I don't know, Oklahoma news channels or whatever state I know that televises or streams their trials. I'll type in to see what news stations I can find, and then I'll just go to their YouTube pages and see if they have any past trials or any trials that they've done recently that look interesting or that we can do, just to try to get. I don't mind doing the main stuff, like these big trials. I don't mind doing those at all because I want to watch them too. But I kind of like these little out of the way like ones, like this one. It's like it's from 21, but it's not anywhere. So that's what I do. That's what I want to try to find, just to give us an overall picture of what's happening in the justice system. And oh yes, Casey Anthony had a good attorney, and there was a bad. I'm not saying bad prosecutor in the sense I would say gravely prosecutor, but it was bad prosecutor. He did not do a good case. I watched that trial, and at the end of it, I'm like, with what you guys have given us, I cannot convict her on this. And that's what I had to convict her on. What's presented, not what I know. Like, you know what I mean? So, like, yes, like these cases, they're not high profile, but they're still out there, and these people are still there. So, and Shonda, I don't know why Shonda was not more high profile than what she was to start with. Because everybody should have been streaming that trial. Now, I'm glad they weren't, because it brought you all here. But that trial should have been everywhere with what it was. And I agree with you, Roseanne. However, he has said a couple things here lately. I'm like, Vinny, like stepbrothers, did we just become best friends? Because you and I are generally on the opposite side of things, and you are speaking my language on a couple of these things. One was he went after the Tucker prosecutors, and they deserved it. Thanks, Gabby. Stormy, I would appreciate it. Most of you here, I know that's how you found it. And I was talking to Carmen this morning, and oh, hang on. Oh, all right. Well, be safe, Stormy. Have a good weekend. So I was talking to Carmen this morning about it because I was looking for images for Paul to put up for my template, my thumbnail. And I said, Carmen, do you know what it's like to Google something and then go look for images and have your stuff come up on it? That's scary. And not only that, I was like, but it's not great stuff because I was so new and I still am new. But that stuff, I said, that's how I got presented to the world of, yeah, I said, I really just thought about redoing that whole thing. And she's like, yeah, you can't do that. And so I don't want to, because I don't really want to watch that trial again. But I hate that that is what is out there because it's so bad. Some of it is so, so bad. And I know I've talked to you guys about it, but yeah, I know. I'm glad, but not everybody did. Trust me. That's why I don't look at comments. So if I miss your guys' I try to go and make sure my current stuff doesn't have any comments, but I just can't. Every time I look at my analytics, it's Shonda. I'm like, ah. So, and I appreciate it. Like, I don't want to be grateful for that woman for anything, but I am grateful that it brought everybody here, and I'm ready to put it to bed though. So, yeah, I was telling Carmen about that because I was like, Carmen, I was actually talking to my husband about it last night and her about it this morning, that they have these jail calls. And I said, they have stuff, they have connections I don't have, because you can't buy a jail call. I mean, maybe, but somebody's got to leak them. They're not, unless the news had something, they have to have a connection. I don't know how they got them, because they're not just out there. Unless that jail calls are just out there. That doesn't happen. So I don't know how they got those, but I cannot stand to hear that woman speak. Yep, all the hot sauce. And that could be it. Somebody's leaking. Somebody's leaking it. That's all I'm saying. So, it's not like I could just go get those or go find those. But I also, like, I don't know. I just, once Paul is over, I just want to move on and move forward and keep going, not with her. And I know there's people that it's kind of picking up steam again a little bit, it seems like. And it kind of does. It comes in waves. Yeah, I saw that the dog passed and she was like still wanted to talk about her or something. I don't know. Yeah, no, I think it's her. Absolutely. Although I haven't listened to him, I don't, but yeah, I think it's me. I think they have a connection somewhere, and good for them. Absolutely. Use what you got. I mean, I would. I just don't have that connection. I appreciate that, you guys. So I know you've said that. Gabby said that. Hamilton said that. Rosanna said that. So I appreciate it. We have a good time here. I know that's not everybody's cup of tea. Somebody told me my wisecracks take away from my credibility. So I guess I'm not very credible. I can't even say it with a straight face. Yeah. Yep, lots of phone call, and I don't know how they get them, but I just don't think they're, because I asked Carmen, I'm like, "Hey, is there a site that I can just go buy jail calls?" She said no. It's like, darn darn it. Well, good, because I like you being here. And yes, that is true, Hamilton. But you gotta just, I say you gotta learn to laugh, and then I'm like, but I'm not reading any comments. Because I just don't want to. It wears on you. I like reading your guys' comments. Yes, you get, absolutely. There's a time to be serious, and we all are. When there is serious stuff going on, you guys, this chat shuts down. We're just sitting here. We're all listening. But then when it's okay and somebody says something, it's funny to kind of just lighten that load of, okay, wow, that was really heavy. And thank you. I did have somebody comment and ask them why they were telling me how to run my channel. And I did like their comment. So I appreciate that. Hey, Gabby, you are fine. If I'm fine, you're fine. And that's the truth, because I'm telling you so. I mean, we're not mean to people. I don't want to be mean to anybody. But when funny's funny, and it's like, laughing's okay. Jokes are okay. Oh man, that woman, she's an idiot. You talk about a fall of a family. I mean, dang. Guys, I'm gonna have to put a tooth in there. We are never gonna forget Tooth Capone. If he only knew he had fans out here. We don't ever want him to stare us down like he did Lollipop, but he does have fans out here. And yes, I know. And I know that if they come in here, you guys will take care of them. So, oh yeah. He is the original Tooth Capone, the original toothster. Oh my goodness. All right, you guys. I will keep looking until court closes today, and then I will plan on being here at 8:30 on Monday morning Eastern time, because as of now, that's when Paul is scheduled. So if you all be awake, no, Gabby, Monday at 8:30. If that's when yeah, pay attention over the weekend, because I'll put it up there as soon as they update his docket. Then, and I know for sure, I'll put the stream up. So yeah, Monday morning at 8:30 is supposedly Paul. I'm thinking that's going to get moved, but what do I know? Maybe not. So if it's not at 8:30, I'll start it whenever. If it's like at 1:30, then we'll go ahead and we'll start at 10:30. So we'll start at normal time if he's later. So yes, good. And that is good. Thank you, Wendy. So, hey, you be careful on that train. I do not. I do not have a Patreon. Thought about it, but I don't. I just have this and Rumble, because, like I said, Rumble was taken off really fast at first, and then it kind of came to a halt. But no, I just have these two things. I have Twitter, but I'm never on there because I don't like it. I have been on Twitch like twice. I would have to learn it. And then but I think on Discord, right? I know Stormy's not here, but I think we could stream movies on Discord. I think I've seen people do it from here. Roseanne. What? Telling Nolan it will all be better soon. I'm lost. I don't know Discord either, Hamilton. I would have to look at it and let you guys know, so don't go like I mean, you guys can look at it. I can't. But I'd have to really check that out. Stormy would have to show us the way on Discord. Yeah, main things will be on here for now. This and Rumble, because I do Rumble and this together. So I'm going to stream to one. I'll stream to the other. Yeah. I am hoping that through his pre-sentence investigation that they found all that information out that everybody has found out apparently, and that they give that to the judge, or the prosecutor at least says, oh, hey, this is out here, like there's problems. That I'm just hoping they know. And I've heard that he has a good attorney, that Paul has a good attorney, which is fine. I mean, I don't want anybody to have a bad attorney, but I'm just hoping that they know. Wendy, thank you so, so much. I appreciate that. They can't use his past crap against him? Well, that sucks. Well, Gabby, I haven't looked, but go look in the comments of my Shonda videos. It's in there somewhere. Because I've seen bits and pieces. I've not looked at it in depth because just seen enough to know that he wasn't supposed to be there with Timothy. He wasn't supposed to be around Timothy. There was some SA accusations with him and Timothy. Apparently, I don't know where these people got all their stuff, but they did. I didn't put anything. I didn't put it out. I have a comment held in review that they posted a link, and so that's why I didn't put it in there, that said, here's like anything you want to know about Paul. I'm like, I don't want to know anything about Paul, so I didn't put that. I just left it because I don't know what that goes to, and I certainly don't want to get in trouble for it. But if you go look in the comments, what day did he testify? I don't know. Maybe day 2. I don't know. Whatever has the most comments, probably, which I think is day 2. There's stuff. There's stuff there. Yeah. Yeah, no, I didn't not charge him, but with the background of here's the background. Maybe we ought to not sentence him to probation. Maybe not life, but maybe, like you said, 40 years. And yeah, yeah, I don't know. I'll keep my thoughts to myself about that. If we were all sitting at a table, I would tell you my thoughts. But since we're not, and it could get out there, I don't want any drama. Yeah. So I'm yes. So I'm hoping that that stuff can be used to just sway the judge on his sentence. The prosecutor did not ask for any certain length of time, but maybe he will maybe he will. Now, I don't know if he can. So, okay, yeah, yes, I would think the charges could factor in, but not charge him with anything else. Kathy. Yes, I have to remember, I am talking to you guys, but I'm not always only talking to you guys. Have to keep that in check. Alrighty, guys. I guess I think they can use I think Hamilton, they can use that not necessarily against him. Is that what you're saying? But it can factor in to his history, I guess. If that's what you're asking or saying. Um, all right, so Wendy and I will be sitting here mad on Monday with Michael Gravely. And when he starts speaking, you might start seeing me banging my head on the wall behind me or on my desk in front of me or just shaking it. Hopefully it's a clean case. The facts seem to be there. Yeah, evidence that she laid out in her opening. See if they have it. And we'll see how he is. Yeah. Yep. And I think he is, especially to kids, obviously. Yes, please don't please don't do that. We need you here. So don't do that. But we will raise bail money for you if we need to. All right, Wendy's bringing the bubble wrap. And Hamilton, I don't think you'll have to. Well, I haven't heard him yet, so I don't know. Wendy knows, and I know how he is, so we probably just will be like, ugh, right away. You may not have to throw anything. No, no, I'm not going to bet. So, Roseanne, one other thing I will tell you about this prosecutor, and again, if you guys want to stream this trial, I will. It has Judge Schrader from the Rittenhouse trial in it. He is not the same as he was in the Rittenhouse trial. He had fallen and hit his head by the time this trial came to, because there was 2 mistrials before it finally got there. He was the only one that could try it. So he has a prison snitch come into this case, to this trial. Munch is his name. And he has him up on the stand and is questioning him, and his testimony is outlandish and ridiculous. But when they show Munch saying that Zach told him he jumped out of bed or something, and he was saying, "Die, die, die, mother effer," Michael Gravely is mouthing it right with him. He had him so that story so prepared in him. This guy was going away on federal charges for decades. He's out on probation. And this other guy's in prison for life. Cannot stand him. Oh, and he also wanted to violate Mr. Anderson's Fifth Amendment right and got super close, got called out on it, and then told Judge Schroeder, whatever, that he was going to walk as close to the line as he could of violating this guy's rights. And Judge was like, okay. So, yeah. I couldn't watch any trials for a few months after that one. And we all sat there in silence. Obviously, I wasn't streaming. I was just sitting in front of my TV and watched the devastation on everybody's faces that was streaming it. And they didn't stream anything for a little bit either, because everybody was just so taken aback that he was found guilty. But, like I said, I want to do this one trial with him first. And then if you guys haven't seen it, we can stream it. And you can form your own opinion. There's people out there that have, they're fundraising, trying to get money raised for his appellate attorney, his appeal. The transcripts, getting court transcripts is super expensive. I mean, you're talking thousands of dollars to get transcripts, but they had to have them for the appeal. So his family is working to free him. His family also, oh my gosh, would love to find if this guy's alive or not alive, just for his family, because they don't know where he's at. Nobody's ever found him. It's not that far out of the realm of possibility that the dude skipped town because he owed so much child support, and he owed Mr. Campbell, who's also involved in all this, money. Mr. Campbell changed his appearance right after this happened, but was not investigated. Mr. Campbell also threw away a carpet at a landfill and was not investigated. So many things wrong with this trial, but it was trial by media. And that's why I don't follow it in the media, because I guess I just don't trust them to give me the true story of it. So I do go watch when you guys tell me there was stuff on the side or the other. I try to go watch it just because I'm curious. But overall, I stay away. Oh, Karen Reed, absolutely. And those sides are very polarized. I've heard one side. So I haven't heard the state side. I've heard that side. I've heard her side, the people that side with her. And they're gonna have to give me something, because if what they say is true, she did not do this. But she's working against the state. She's working against the police. She's working against a lot of people that have a lot of money to destroy her. Yeah. Are you talking about Zachariah Anderson, Wendy? Because I was expecting innocent. Absolutely was expecting get him on stalking charges, even though he wasn't, and then just time served, out the door. It helps, but the media narrative can sway public opinion so much, because they're thinking that the media never lies to you, and they lie all the time. They just do. I mean, I'm not trying to be like conspiracy theory. They get caught that way all the time. They get the narrative and they run with the narrative. So If this is the person, then that's the person. And they can make that the person without anything. Yeah, I was expecting not guilty, just out the door. That is very true. And it is scary to have your life hanging in the balance. They say jury of your peers. Well, I don't know you, but yeah, if they're people that consume the local media, which most people do, why not? You want to know what's going on. And you can be convicted before you've even stepped foot in the courtroom. Yep. It's Zachariah Anderson. So I'll tell you, if you guys want to, we'll do this, and then we'll do this trial from Kenosha next week. I think it's 5 days, so maybe a week might take us 2 weeks, and then we can do Zacharias. I'm like happy to get it out there. Well, but it's kind of like the other day we were talking about witnesses being paid to testify, and you had said something about experts are paid. Yeah, and they are. And the defense has to. They don't have that money that the state has. The state can throw however much money they want to at somebody. And it's insane. Like even Tucker. Look at Tucker. They've thrown how much money at him and have nothing. There's nothing there. They don't have DNA. They can't put him there. They lose, the video that doesn't show him there, but shows old Travis there. So yeah. Yeah. We'll have time we got to fill in time because I don't think anything's coming up the pike here or down the pike, is there? We've got Tucker, hopefully sometime in May. Or March, Boone in May. Oh yeah, it's all they all yes, they all give the narrative, but I do believe that powerful prosecutors like Gravely can also give the narrative. And people do it. Okay. All right, guys. I'm going to end it for real this time. Go spend some time with my dogs. I know I can hear them running. So you guys enjoy your weekend. Like again, I will check until I know court probably closes at 4. So, oh yes, sorry, I keep getting distracted. Yes, absolutely. I wish that would happen. She has a female lawyer this time though, so I think we'll probably be good. I think she'll probably like her. So yeah, we'll do Anderson. My dog heard me talk about him. He's standing at the bottom of the stairs barking. All right. Have a good weekend, you guys. See you all sometime Monday morning. I'll post it as soon as I know it. So take care. Be safe. Have fun. And I'll see you guys Monday. Bye.